Yes, we are now. Okay. There we go.
Can I start? Okay. All right, at 6:32 p.m., the March 24th, 2022 meeting of the Mountain View Wisman School District Board of Trustees is called to order. Please stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, trustees. May I have roll call, please?
Devin Conley,
Chris Chen.
Laura Berman,
Laura Blakely, let the record reflect that all 5 trustees are present. And the next item is approval of the agenda. And before entertaining a motion, I am hoping we can move item 9B to the end, to just before item 8, at the end of community comments, right after community comments, just before we move to review and discussion. So may I have a motion to approve the agenda as revised?
so moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. On a motion made by trustee Wheeler, seconded by trustee Berman, the motion was approved unanimously with the one item moved, 9B moved to the end of, right after community comments and just before item 8 begins. Okay, now is the opportunity for members of the public to address the board concerning items on the closed session agenda. If there are any members of the public wishing to speak on any items on the closed session agenda, will you please raise your hand or press *9 in Zoom? If you're on your phone, sorry. Okay, seeing none at 6:34 p.m., the public portion of the meeting is adjourned and we will move to closed session and we'll be back. All right, it's 7:57. The Mountain View Westman School District Board of Trustees are returning from closed session, and we're reconvening open session. And I would like to report that no action was taken in closed session. Before we move on to the next item 5 consent agenda and the remainder of the meeting, I wanted to take us all to take a few moments to remember Andre, the Graham 8th grade boy whose life was tragically cut short last week in a bicycle collision with a vehicle. The devastating loss of a bright, sunny student has hit our community extra hard. We are all grieving and are heartbroken for his family, friends, teachers, coaches, and teammates. Let's pause for a moment to remember Andre and convey solace to his family. Thank you, everyone. May a tragedy like this never happen to our community again. Okay, the next item on the calendar is and the agenda is the consent agenda. Do I have a motion?
I make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
On a motion made by trustee Conley and seconded by trustee Wheeler, the consent agenda was approved unanimously. Okay, the next item on our agenda is number 6, it's communications. And first up are employee organizations. Do we have any members of employee organizations here this evening who would like to address the board? If so, please raise your hand or press *9 if you're on the phone. Okay, I'm not seeing anyone. So after that, we have district committees. Is there anyone from a district committee who'd like to speak to the board? If so, please raise your hand or press *9 if you're on the phone. Okay, over to you, Dr. Rudolph, superintendent's comments.
Yep, just want to talk about a couple of things real quick. First, I know we always say this, but Spanish interpretation is available for this meeting. If you're using a Mac or PC, click on the globe at the bottom of your Zoom screen. If you're an iPhone or Android, it's in the options menu. It really is important for people to do it because if you're stuck in the middle, thanks, Trustee Wheeler, for sending me the song. But if you are stuck in the middle, you'll hear both at the exact same time. So you need to choose either English or Spanish, because if you don't, it'll create some complications. All right. Interpretación español disponible para esta reunión. Si está usada una Mac o una PC, haga clic en el globo en la parte inferior de la pantalla de Zoom. Si está en iPhone o Android, es bien el menú de opciones. Just want to touch on a couple of safety items real quick. So obviously, as President Blakely mentioned, it's definitely hit all of us really hard. But I do want to let people know that if your child is in need of a helmet, we have been working with MVPD to make sure that we have helmets for those who are in need. So we want to make sure that we do that. And as a cyclist myself, I can tell you like that's probably cyclist as well as snowboarder, right? So the most important thing that you can protect is your head. And so regardless of the sport that you're playing, having a helmet is really important. I know at least my generation didn't ride with helmets on. And so it's at times we can forget about that. But I really do think it's important. And so if anybody needs one, please reach out to MVPD and we can make sure that you get one. And actually, if you just reach out to the schools sites, we'll be able to accomplish that. We've also updated the routes. So the city updated the routes. We pulled those. We've updated using the new city routes, but we want to make sure that our school sites are actually going to go over those with students. It really is important to understand the safe routes. I know some of these routes may take a couple more minutes than what we're traditionally used to, but again, as a cyclist, they're actually the safer approaches. And there are some roads, I think I've told a couple trustees, there's some roads that I will avoid, even though it appears to be somewhat safer, just because of the traffic patterns that exist. And there are some roads that I feel a lot more comfortable on. A good example is I don't have a problem with riding on Foothill Expressway where people are going 50 to 60 miles per hour, but I do have issues on certain main thoroughfares through Mountain View that I have rode on that are a lot more treacherous, right? And so that's obviously something that we should just keep in mind. So please, if take time to go into our website, review those particular sites, and just talk with your kid about going there. And then even, as I'm thinking about Eli and how he's going to get to Crittenden, like talk with a couple of our neighbors over in the Whisper neighborhood. And it's like, yes, we can create a sort of bus, a little bike caravan to make sure that kids are safe. And then we also are working with Safe Moves and sort of doing so. I know some principals already scheduled some activities. Unfortunately, Graham actually had one scheduled, but we just want to remind kids about what are the ways to be safe on the bike and how to be a little bit more of a defensive rider and stuff. So all of these things really matter. All of these things can save a life. Again, it's very tragic, but we really want to make sure that people have the right information. They know what's the right approach to take, and they avoid the treacherous areas as much as possible. So the second thing is just want to talk about community check-in. As always, there we go. How's that? As always, we have our community check-in tomorrow, so we're looking forward to that. We'll be talking about some of the items that we mentioned today. We'll talk about COVID updates and a couple other items that are sort of pressing. But just want to let everybody know that that's at our usual time, same bad place, same bad time, 3:30, I think it is, on Friday. I am glad to announce that we have a tentative agreement settlement with MVEA. I know I sent that out, so it's really good that we have a 3-year agreement that assures that we can focus on the things that matter the most. It also helps us to recognize the hard work that our teachers are doing. Now, I want to congratulate each negotiating team for actually getting that done and finding a way to compromise and make things work for everybody. There's definitely some things that we all have that we can work on and that we can do. But the good thing is that we can work on them collaboratively without having the tension from negotiation. So super excited about that. And before I kick it over to Trustee Wheeler to talk about Women's History Month, I do want to acknowledge that the month is upon us and almost over. We obviously lost a very wonderful person just recently, Madeline Albright, and obviously we're seeing another woman being confirmed to the Supreme Court, which is really an amazing thing to take place. And so just wanted to take a moment to recognize, but I think Trustee Wheeler has some things that she wants to say. So I'm going to turn it over to her.
Yeah, well, we were two minds of the same thought, that I feel like we've got these two incredible female giants that bookended each other this month, and how, it's just a wondrous moment. So Ketanji Brown Jackson, who I hope will become the first Black female U.S. Supreme Court Justice. in the history of the United States Supreme Court. And, we've been watching those hearings all week, and, we've read about her extremely high qualifications, and we've observed how poised and intelligent she is. And then bookended with the death and just the symbolism of the first United States Secretary of State, first female Secretary of State. So Madeleine Albright, rest in peace.
Thank you, both of you. Okay, we are moving along to item 7 on our agenda, community comments. This is the time reserved for community members to address the board on items that are not on the agenda. The board and administration welcome this opportunity to listen. However, in compliance with the Brown Act, the board is not permitted to take action on non-agendized items. Speakers are requested to state their name for the record, and if there are additional comments after 10 minutes have elapsed, this item may be continued after all the action and discussion items are completed. So if there are any members of the public on the phone wishing to provide comment on any items that are not on the agenda, will you please raise your hand in Zoom, or if you're on the phone, press *9. And I see we have one member of the public wishing to speak on a non-agendized item. It's the person dialing in at, I think it was 7186. Is that it? Yeah, or 8176. Okay, when you see the clock, please go ahead and unmute yourself and make your comments.
I'm, by the way, I'm Stephen Nelson, retired trustee, and YouTube feeding, but that isn't what I wanted to talk about. I want to talk about segregation of our schools here. This problem has not been addressed by this board. It's been talked about. It's been discussed, but Stevenson will remain just as segregated next year as it is this, which is a shame. And will you even put segregated neighborhood schools, especially Castro, on your discussion? Does segregation matter to you guys at all? One of you has made a very poignant statewide distributed PR video on neighborhood school segregation, but no action. As I am hearing and read an author who wrote a chapter about white tears, then white fragility. This is a good book, even though it has flaws, but where do we go from here, Trustee Conley? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we moved an item around on the agenda at the beginning of the meeting. So we are next going to address what shows up on the agenda as item 9B. It's resolution number 01-032422, Arts Are Education. And I'm gonna have a few words about that and then open it up to trustees. March is Arts Education Month. Historically, Mountain View, Wissman, and our neighboring high school district have offered hearty, robust arts programming that has been the envy of many other districts. Our community has always valued the arts. Back in the very lean times in the early aughts, with the help of our partner MVEF, Mountain View, Wissman continued to offer art and music programming when many, many other neighboring districts had to cancel or severely curtail their programming and had to lay off their art staff. We are still blessed with wonderful art staff in our district. However, the pandemic has wreaked havoc on so many aspects of education, and our performing arts programming in particular has suffered during COVID because of mitigation strategies that severely restricted our ability to offer live instruction or rehearsal or performance opportunities. So we now have students who have never had a chance to pick up an instrument or try out singing in a choir, but it's not too late. I'm hoping to encourage elementary students who have missed out on these activities to give them a try. Whole new worlds will open up to fifth graders when they take music and other performing arts electives in middle school. Seventh and eighth graders will discover new passions when they take an art class or learn a new instrument or try singing. Oh, the fun they will have. I'm hoping our students will seize the moment and give the arts a try. Let's join the band and embrace arts education.
You mean strike up the band?
Strike up the band and embrace arts education. So I don't know, trustees, if you have any clarifying questions about the resolution, or should I open it up to members of the public and then we can comment? Thank you. So if there's any members of the public that are on the line that wish to speak about March being Arts Education Month, I ask you to raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 if you've dialed in by phone. Okay, I see two with their hands up, and so you'll each have, I see three. So you'll each have 3 minutes, and let's start with Leanne Rapilla, and then we'll move next to Jenny Gatterland, and then next to Leslie Ruzon. So when you see the timer up, please unmute yourself and share your comments with us.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. Yay, it's Arts Education Month. My name is Leanne Rapella, and I'm a music teacher at Crittenden Middle School. I've been teaching music to young people for over 20 years now. When I was in high school, I joined the marching band and the choir, and I participated in our high school musical every year. By my sophomore year, I knew I wanted to be a performer on stage. But it was a music professor at my local junior college that inspired me to teach music. Fast forward 27 years later, and now I am the instructor turning my own students into music teachers. A former student came up to me at a music educator conference a couple years ago. He told me that I was his music teacher and that he was inspired by the level of musicality that I taught in the choir. He told me that I inspired him to pursue a career teaching music, and he wanted to thank me for turning his life around. I almost lost it right there in front of everyone who was sitting with me. I was stunned. He told me that he struggled academically in school, but persevered later on down the road thanks to his love of music. This is just one of many reasons why we must keep our visual and performing arts programs going strong. Every child needs the opportunity to unlock the creativity within them, and it takes an entire village of educators, parents, and community members to make arts classes a high priority in our schools. Thank you so much for your continued support of our arts programs.
Thank you, Ms. Rapilla. Ms. Gatterland, you are next. So at the timer's up, please unmute yourself and share your comments with us.
Thank you. My name is Jenny Gatterland, and I've been the choir and musical theater director at Graham Middle School for the past 19 years. I want to thank Dr. Rudolph and the board for your support of the visual and performing arts in our district. We need it now more than ever. COVID has had a negative impact on arts programs throughout California, including our programs here in MVWSD. Our kids need the arts more than ever before as they heal from the disruption to their development and mental health caused by this pandemic. I would encourage everyone listening to consider adding a visual or performing arts class to your child's schedule next year, and to donate to MVEF and your local school's PTA to help keep these programs robust and thriving. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gatterland. And now, Ms. Ruzon, please unmute yourself and share your comments with us.
Hi, my name is Leslie Ruzon, and I have an 8th grader at Crittenden. He is the 4th of my children to go through Therakoff and Crittenden. All 4 of them took art, choir, musical theater, band, were involved with the musical, and it really has shaped all of their lives. My oldest became a theater major and she'll be graduating from USC. Number 2 is also going to be a music teacher because of Ms. Rapella. And my children just would not have had the experience they had in our public schools without the arts. So I just want to echo what everyone is saying. And for all the parents out there, definitely encourage your kids to give it a try. And if they're not up for performing backstage, there's lots that they can do. So just please keep the arts in our schools. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Trustees, comments? Trustee Chang?
Thank you, and thank you for President Blakely and all the people who brought this resolution to the board. I think it's well timed, and particularly well timed because I think that the pandemic it has meant that some students may have not been exposed to the arts in the way that we traditionally would have, and that we may need to have like an extra recruitment effort to expose the beauty of whether it be an instrument or singing and all these things that COVID may have done an interruption from the natural pipeline. So I think that I welcome this resolution, and I think that we're going to have to put in some extra effort because there are going to be some kids who just maybe have never picked up an instrument or sung because of all kinds of reasons in our safety rules. So welcome this. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Conley.
Thank you, President Blakely. I agree with all of our speakers and President Blakely and Trustee Chang. The arts are so incredibly valuable for our students and our community, and it may take a little extra push to get kids back into those classes when they've been out of them for a while or have never experienced them, especially in middle school. But, as a plea to middle school parents and fifth graders who are going to be rising next year, fifth grade parents, one of the things that helps the most in middle school and high school is when your child finds their people. And quite often you find your people through electives like the arts. I was a theater kid. Those were my people, right? It really gives children an anchor in their community and a social space as well as a creative space. And I think the comment about the healing nature of the arts is also really important. Our children are processing so much that has happened in the last 2 years, as well as now conflict in Ukraine and this horrible tragedy we had in our own community last week. And there's real benefit to be found in being able to process and express some of that through the arts as well. So thank you for bringing this to the board and to everyone who worked on it.
I concur 100%, Trustee Wheeler.
Yeah, so I was a choir kid. So from fourth grade into adulthood, choir, I'm an alto. And then I paid it forward by having my children be in the arts. My son played cello at Bub School and at Graham Middle School, and then Mountain View High School, was in plays with Laura Blakely's son. So I remember he was modern major general in Pirates of Penzance. And then he was peddler when Laura's son was Curly in Oklahoma. So absolutely, I don't know how much encouragement it's going to need, because I'll bet there's a lot of pent up demand and request for this. And not only, are these terrific programs, but we, just like President Blakely was saying, we're a district that has, through hell or high water, we've put money into the arts. So visual arts, performing arts. And it's one of the reasons why I'm proud to be associated with this district. Thank you, Ms. Gatherland and Ms. Rapella. And I absolutely agree with this resolution.
Thank you, Trustee Berman.
Well, I think everyone has spoken very eloquently about all the benefits that come from having the arts at our middle school. So I'm in full support of this resolution. And with that, I'd like to make a motion.
Thank you.
That the Board of Trustees adopt resolution number 01-032422, Arts Are Education, as presented.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, on a motion made by trustee Berman and seconded by trustee Conley, the resolution number 01-032422 was approved unanimously. Thank you. Okay, and now we'll revert back to the order that's laid out in the agenda. Item number 8, review and discussion. The first item is COVID updates. And I don't have my whole package up, so I'm not sure who's presenting on that. Is that you, Dr. Rudolph?
It is. All right, as promised, I stated that I would come back with some updates for COVID based off of our data and talk about what's going to come next. So, I'm going to move through this real quick, but obviously the guidance is we want to make sure that we have access to safe, full in-person instruction as much as possible. And then, we want to make sure that we're thinking about just various items that can help keep our kids safe, targeted quarantine practices, access to robust COVID-19 testing programs, vaccination for students, as well as masking. So let's talk about the vaccination rate. So we continue to see some progress in our district. So we're up to 59.44%, which is higher than what the county average is, but still there are some opportunities for growth. Castro, Graham, as well as Montalona and Landos tend to be some of the lower ones. We continue to pull the information from the CARES system, but these are definitely areas that sort of correlate with where we see some of the lower vaccination rates within the city. So we'll continue to pull that information just sort of to monitor. But the good thing is that we still have a very high percent of our students who are actually engaged in the actual testing program. When we look at our positive pool test, so we had a real good drop last week. But as you can see this week, our pools went back up just slightly to 3.06, but we've been maintaining around the 3% for the last 4 weeks, which is really good for us. So definitely down from our spike, where we were at 32.53 and when we were seeing the most cases. So we want to talk about the safety measures starting on the 28th. So bear with me. I know that I've kept this from y'all also so that we would share it all at once, but I think you sort of understand where we're headed. So starting next Monday, masking will be strongly recommended both for indoors as well as outdoors. It does, so people keep asking, when would we make a change? And it's contingent upon where our testing program sort of takes us. So if we see it exceeding 9%, then that's when we will reinstate the mask mandate, and then we will wait to see a drop over multiple weeks before we would lift it again. So I just want to be clear that we're tracking the data. We are very aware of BA2 and sort of where it goes. While it is more contagious, it's not as dangerous as Omicron, but the point is, like, we just want to be mindful of it. There is an exception for this. Just real quick, unvaccinated persons, including those without a booster, must wear a mask for 10 days after exposure to a positive case. So if you're not vaccinated and you don't have a booster, then we need to be mindful of that. Outdoor masking, we've talked about this, and physical distance is recommended, but it's not going to be required. On April 4th, we will open up our MERs for food distribution. However, we are asking that our students remain masked while they are picking up their foods. We will continue to do outdoor eating. So we're not going to eat indoors. And we are going to turn the water fountains back on. That will help. So most of them actually have now have the dispensers so that you don't have to really touch it. So that you can, your water bottle dispensers, but we'll start those back up. And we'll also continue to clean frequently touched surfaces as we go. Preschool will, however, stay with indoor masking. They're not part of our testing program. So that is what gives us a lot of confidence about what to do next. And so we're going to keep indoor masking for them. They also are not eligible for vaccinations just yet. I know we just saw Moderna has some good information about it, but as of yet, they have yet to receive an emergency use authorization. So until that happens, we're going to stay with indoor masking for them. Events, concerts, and sporting events. So this is a little change from where we were. So outdoor spectators will be allowed at all events as well as indoor events. However, and I want us to think about if we were to go to the Chase Center right now, you would actually have to show proof of vaccination before you could go into the center. And that is actually what allows you to choose, whether or not you're going to be masked. Because we have so many people coming in to a sporting event or to a graduation or to a performance, we want to make sure that we keep our kids as safe as possible. So for indoor events, we are going to require that people remain masked if you are a spectator or a visitor, regardless of vaccination status. And really what that means is we're not checking for your vaccination status. We're simply asking that you remain masked as you come indoors. Indoor athletes as well as indoor performers will move to strongly recommended. We will, however, require the wind instruments to continue to use bell covers for theirs. And we think that's more in the safety of everybody, just to be comfortable. But they won't have to wear the mask while they are actually performing indoors. And they can choose to wear it whether they're on the bench or whether they're sort of practicing or not practicing, but whether they're in backstage or something else. Field trips will be allowed, obviously, because we have our buses do not have the same filtration systems that our classrooms have. We're not the airports and the airlines, so we don't have HEPA filtration systems going in our buses. We just have good old outdoor air. But we are going to ask that our kids remain masked while they are taking the field trips. And then once they get to the destination, they can follow the requirements at that destination, which for the most part are masks are strongly recommended, but for the most part optional. Parents are allowed to chaperone. We consider these one-time volunteers. They must remain masked while around students. Proof of COVID vaccination is required to chaperone, and parents must undergo the rapid screening. Before and after school, so we're going to loosen the restrictions just a little bit more. We do ask parents to be mindful of dismissal and arrival. One of the things that we learned, and one of the things that the principals were very adamant about when I touched base with them, is that one of the blessings of COVID has actually been that we've improved our dismissal process, that we no longer have to worry about where kids have sort of went when they see a friend's family and then they're supposed to be in a particular spot. It allows us a little bit more control as we dismiss students and then sort of get them into a place where they're going to be safe. So we're asking that as we do dismissal to allow for 15 minutes before you come back onto campus. So it's just to help facilitate the dismissal process. And we do, the points of entry are a little bit different now. And so we want to just make sure we get those through. Every single principal pointed out that they have perfected sort of a dismissal process and that they didn't want to disrupt that moving forward. So I think that that's a really important thing to take into account. One thing that we do ask is that parents and community members continue to give space to Beyond the Bell, as well as our sports leagues and our programs. Parts of campus will remain closed while teams practice. I don't think anybody should be regardless of COVID, we shouldn't have people on the track while the track team is playing. Regardless of COVID, we shouldn't have people on the soccer fields while the soccer team is playing, right? So just need to be mindful that it takes place, but how we navigate that, it's just really about making sure that people, that as I'm stepping on the campus, like I need to be aware of it. Playgrounds are not a part of our cleaning protocol, and I just want to continue to remind people that you should use those at your own risk. For the most part, we haven't had any issues. I know we had Tot Lot that had hand, foot, and mouth issue, and the city that actually was the city that came in and sort of wiped it down. But outside of that, we haven't experienced any issues with that. But we do have signs just warning people that it's used at your own risk, and it's been like that for the last couple of years. So parents have been using it. After school PTA school events are permitted if they are indoors. We're asking, just similar to events, that masking continues to stay in place. Volunteers, we've talked about this, so we do have the badge process. I know Ms. Berman got hers today, so she was sort of shut up. Ms. Conley, you got yours too?
I got approved today.
You got approved today. All right, so it has the QR code, allows you to come straight through, makes life a lot easier, has your picture on it, so you are official. You can be a regular volunteer, which is really good. And we really do like the process, and as we move to the electronic locks, that will also help to facilitate some of that. So this is something that's coming for everybody from the district, but this is really a great moment for us. So I'm glad that that process is working. We do have infrequent volunteers, which we, for lack of a better word, sort of the chaperones. We've already seen some of them thus far. These are individuals who are coming on for a one-time event that may either start during the day and sort of end later on, but we didn't want to have a process for them. So the volunteers that, so like Ms. Berman or Ms. Conley, who are at a school on a frequent basis working with kids, that's one process, but someone who's coming on to help with a play or some other type of event is a totally different process. And part of that, our determination is like, what is your chance of interacting with kids at any given point, and how, sort of, are you going to be in sort of, the vision of individuals, or is it going to be something where, we need to be mindful of some safety hazards that sort of exist. So just want to clarify what that is. But the process has been running real smooth, thanks to our tech team as well as our student services team for making this process as fast as possible and sort of make it as easy as possible for individuals. So cleaning stays the same. We'll continue to clean the different spaces. One thing I forgot to put on here is that we will be offering we just distributed 40 KN95 masks to every single employee. We also will have N95 masks for any employee that sort of needs them. And then of course we have distributed a lot of surgical masks out to multiple sites. One of the things that fortunately, we haven't seen that many kids that have been taking off their masks, but as kids start to take the mask off, we want to make sure, especially going into the MER, that have access or some type of mask so that they can pick up their food. Testing will continue, but the good positive change is that for spring break, we are going to send a test kit home for everyone. It looks almost the same, but it only has one test kit in there. So please, you save that for right before you come back, as opposed to, the other kit had two. And then if you want more, USPS is actually delivering them. And unlike the first time where they sent the tracking, I just received mine just out of the blue. And it only took a couple of days. So please go on. Even if you've already ordered, you can order your second wave, and it's perfectly fine to go. And I think this time they sent 4 for everybody too. And that is the end of the updates. It sort of is reflective of where we are but it also sort of follows the science in terms of where we are with testing. And again, I know I've talked about this before. Mountain View is a little bit different, but the fact that we have 94% of our students who are in the testing pool, and that we're still around 3% for positive tests. For the pool, doesn't necessarily mean that 3% of our students are testing positive. It just means 3% of the pools that are coming back are positive. We feel really comfortable about this, but we will continue to monitor the data, and we'll continue to track our pool testing to make a determination about what comes next. And if we start to see a spike, I'll definitely bring it back to let people know.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Just one quick question. So the 9% figure to reinstate masking, is that 9% of the pools? Okay.
If 9% of the pools come back positive, then, that sort of was our threshold right when we were looking at, as the county started moving towards, reducing the masking, we were around 9%. And so we sort of view that as our threshold. And again, it takes a lot of different factors into place, right? It takes into fact where we are with vaccination rates and sort of what our confidence in, the percent of students who are actually a part of the pool, as well as what the pool data is saying. And so the numbers, even though again it's 9% of the pools, it actually is we feel like that's a pretty good barometer for what we're seeing. And if you look back at the presentation, you would see, and we'll have this up on the website now, but you'll see like when we were above 9% was actually when we were headed into the peak of the surge. And so that sort of gives us a good barometer of where we should be. So 9% is the level that we're going to use.
Thank you. Are there other trustees with clarifying questions? Trustee Wheeler?
Yeah, will you clarify for PTA meetings and school site council meetings, when can they be in person?
So school site council, as well as the PTA, can make a determination that they want to meet in person. Some groups have actually decided that it's actually easier to do Zoom, and it allows for more people to participate, but they can opt if they want to do them after school now.
So if they're going to have their meetings after school, they can meet in person, but like during school, the first hour, that kind of thing, or that's when a lot of PTA meetings sometimes happen, is before school. So those would have to be Zoom, but if you want to be in person, they have to be after school.
Right, because we still have our restrictions for those individuals who are vaccinated. So we still want to be protective of our kids, and we still want to make sure that we limit the number of the possible exposures that we have. So, we're not really set up where you could have people on campus, but them not interacting. Most of our schools, you have to actually go into the campus to actually do that. I think if there's some special circumstances, we probably could facilitate a space in one of the portables over here that's not being used during the day, so that people could meet in person during it. But it means that they won't be meeting on their campus. So that is a consideration that we can take into account. But in terms of actual on the site, the physical site, we want it to be after hours.
Trustee Chang?
Thank you. Two brief questions. First, are there some staff that are meeting in person for meetings on campus?
As of yet, no. We are opening the staff rooms and allowing people to eat and in the staff lounges, but we have not had any in-person meetings. Well, let me take that back. The first in-person meeting that we actually did that I'm aware of was the one at Graham, and I think that was a totally different conversation altogether. It's just something we didn't want to deliver over Zoom, especially because we had grief councils and everything else. But as far as I know, principals, they may have some staff members who may come in and want to meet in person, or maybe a couple teachers sort of congregate. But for the most part, I know when I went to Castro's faculty meeting, everybody was on Zoom, and I don't think they did that for me. Dr. Crace just sent me the link. I was like, here you go, that you can log in. So we've been keeping Cabinet still runs. So for my meetings, Huddle, Cabinet, all of those are facilitated over Zoom or Google Meets. My one-on-ones sort of fluctuate from time to time, depending on my comfort, but we can sit 6 feet apart. We have the HEPA filter, we have the MERV 13 going. So that's been sort of our process. But I think it's all about people's comfort. And I think we just have varying levels of comfort across the district.
Thank you. Last question. Preschool for outdoor play, is that also masked? And if so, has there been discussion of what threshold will allow preschools to do outdoor play unmasked?
So outdoor play is actually unmasked. Indoor is masked, though.
So right now, preschool is outdoors unmasked. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. But we're going to keep it indoors because they're not a part of the testing program.
Trustee Conley?
Yes, thank you, President Blakely. I'm imagining the scenario of parents who would like to come onto campus after school is dismissed. For that 15-minute period where they have picked up their child and they have to wait to come on campus, where should they wait?
most of the time, like, so I'll just speak about like Stevenson and Therakoff because, I've been trying to get myself back in shape. And so I've been walking laps. And sometimes that happens, while dismissal is taking place. So oftentimes what I see is that parents will, and maybe it's a little bit different here. So like sometimes you'll see parents by the gates as they pick up kids. Sometimes parents walk into the gates and sort of grab the kids. And I think that's also part of the dismissal process that Stevenson may have. Over at Therakoff, you'll see parents right in the front. And I think that's pretty consistent for most places. So, and the schools can work through like sort of the logistics of that. But I think most parents are pretty used to like how they pick up kids and sort of, when I'm thinking about the schools that have the finger rings, they each have exits at the end of those. So the grade level can be picked up at that specific spot. So I think any of those can definitely work. The goal is to really make sure that we just have the masses away as we're working through logistics of dismissal. And then right after that, they can come on.
Thank you. And then something that wasn't a part of this presentation, but I'm wondering when we'll have to address it again, and President Blakely may know the answer to this question. I think the legislation that allows us to have our meetings via Zoom is expiring at the end of March. Is that correct? Or there's a change coming?
I believe it's.
I thought it was June, but I'm not sure about that.
Okay.
Okay. We'll check.
Because I was thinking about like school site councils, they're subject to the Green Act and a little bit of the Brown Act. So I know that would apply to them too. So I was curious about that.
We'll look into it and get back to you. So if there's no other clarifying questions, I'm going to open it up to questions or comments. We can't answer any questions if you raise them from members of the public. If you'd like to speak on this item, please raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 if you have dialed in. And I will wait a moment to allocate time. I see we have at least 2 members of the people on Zoom who would like to speak. Okay, we've got 3. Give it another 10 seconds. Okay, so we have 3 people that would like to speak, and each of you will have 3 minutes. And the order will be Principal Vern Taylor, and then Kathy Sheck, and then Nadia Tagasaki. So Principal Taylor, when you see the clock, please unmute yourself and share your comments with us.
Hi, I'm Principal Vern Taylor from Vargas Elementary School. I just wanted to ask a question for consideration. And so I know that the mask mandate is strongly recommended, and it seems like we are moving to a recommendation that people may interpret as optional. And I know that for my staff, many of my teachers and staff members have come to me with a higher anxiety because the optional nature of mask wearing inside the classroom brings anxiety. Just a few months ago, many of our staff members and students were missing from campus because of COVID. And so it was only a few months ago. And I'm wondering if we could reconsider continuing with mandatory masking in classrooms for the rest of the year to make our staff feel a little more comfortable continuing to teach at school. Several have expressed they take care of elderly parents or young children who are not able to get a vaccine yet. And so I just wanted to bring that up as if it can still be considered.
Thank you. I believe the next speaker was Kathy Sheck. Please unmute yourself and share your comments with us.
Yeah, it's actually Alvaro Martinez using the same Zoom. I, as a member of the school site council, I will say that I really have no interest in doing a presential in a presential manner because I have a job that I have to do at the same time, and the meetings are in the middle of my workday. So the ability to do this using telecommunication and these video conferences have really made it possible for a lot of us to participate in things that we would have never participated otherwise. And that probably applies to a lot of the public that has been attending these meetings. So I would strongly encourage you as board members to, I don't know, talk to the people who make these decisions up in the state to make it possible for us to continue to do this using the technology. I think this is one of the things that we have learned in the last 2 years with the pandemic, is that there are things that we thought maybe weren't possible to do if you were not there, but as it turns out, we can do them pretty effectively in a remote manner. And as much as we miss human contact, there are some things that are more efficient, at least if we have this option. So that's my comment. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Nadia Togasaki, please unmute yourself and share your comments.
Hi, so there's also John, her husband. So I just had a comment about the 9% positivity of the pools, because I believe if you take 9% positivity of the pools, some of the schools, Landals as an example, I think has at least 20 pools. So that would mean an average of, or, if every school has around 20 pools, that means the schools have an average of 2 positive cases each week. And being unmasked with 2 positive cases on average each week does not sound very safe. So unless I'm misunderstanding the numbers, I don't think 9% is the right number to be the threshold. Yeah, also there's still a large number of people unvaccinated too, with a new variant being 30 to 50% more infectious. And I don't think it's really been found that it's significantly less severe. It's about the same as the original Omicron. I think we need to really consider that 9% number, because unless I'm misunderstanding it, it doesn't sound like it's very safe. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Trustees, further questions or comments for Dr. Rudolph? Trustee Chang.
Thank you. I would say I'm in support of what the superintendent's recommending. I believe that the communities and we here have talked about wanting to do a science-based approach, and I believe a science-based approach is going by what is your local infection rate, in addition to proper measures like well ventilated, and I think that in addition to also encouraging individuals to wear high efficiency masks, I think that our local infection rate is the way to go. I think once we go, if we're not using local infection rates, then it's really less a science issue and more of a policy issue of what's the community norm. And I think that I would welcome us to stick to the data rather than go by something that is more subjective. If the board would want to reduce the threshold from 9% to something lower, I think that's something we should discuss. If there's something lower that will bring a level of confidence, because I highly value that our principal Taylor spoke and said that he was concerned with faculty, and that is indeed genuine. So if there is a lower threshold that the board here would like to consider, I think it's a good idea. But I strongly encourage us to peg it to a threshold, because whether 9% or lower for the pool, which I think that a lot of parents have misunderstanding that percentage. I think that makes them think that's 9% of their classroom and things like that. So I think I actually am confident that 9% pool is actually that's a very low infection rate. But if bringing it lower helps, I think that's okay. But we need to understand that this is something that I don't believe this is going to, when they say June, I don't think it's going to change in June or in August or September next year. So we need to find what is this current state of, and I think that threshold has longevity to it. I think if we pick a threshold, and if it hits the threshold, we go back to masking. If we're under the threshold, we are mask free. I think that has legs to it into the fall, versus if we don't use a trigger threshold, I think that we are not having a policy that can have longevity to it. And just quickly about preschool, I I support that policy too, though. I would welcome the district to look into if they could offer teachers. There are these quite expensive power filtered masks that allow your face to be fully visible, and they're kind of like almost like look like astronaut mat thing. They're sometimes a little noisy. I've seen some teachers have them because they're actually battery powered, and it's not something you provide every teacher. But in a preschool setting, there is emerging research about the kind of the need for children to see facial recognition, facial features, to identify emotions and match it to what the kids are seeing. And so I think that if that's something the district can look into for preschool teachers, so that in certain settings kids can see their faces of the adults. And if we match that with outdoor play, I think our preschoolers are okay. But if the preschoolers go another long period of time without seeing faces outside the family, I begin to worry about the psychological impact of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Chang. Trustee Berman.
Sure. I do have a couple of comments, but Dr. Rudolph, would you mind just explaining that 9% a little bit more, just saying more about what that number means and where it's come from and why you're making that recommendation of 9%?
So 9% represents the total number of pools that we have. So pools most pools are around 25. The max is 25, right? So within a classroom, you may have either one or two pools. For the most part, most of our elementary schools actually have one pool, but there are a couple, especially in the older grades, where they have two. What the 9% represents is that 9% out of all of our pools will come back, and it doesn't make a difference where those pools are. It doesn't mean that you have 9% of your students who are positive. It just means that for some reason, 9% of the pools have sort of come back. So the second thing we do is that we go back out immediately and we do a rapid test of all of those students. Now, there are times when the PCR is triggered, but the rapid test, which is really the test that you want, shows that no one is sort of shedding the virus, right? So the 9% just represents like, what is the PCR actually testing? And so if you think about it, so most of the time in our pools, out of 25 students, you may have one kid who's testing positive or one kid who triggers it. So it's 1 out of 25, and then it's 9% of that out of the close to 300 pools that we have. So it's you're talking about less than 30 pools. So at any given time, not that 30 kids are positive, right? But just that you have 30 cases, 30 pools that are suggesting that something else is going on. And then our secondary approach is to go back and look at sort of how many of those tests actually are positive. When you look at our dashboard, you'll see we're really low compared to where we were a couple months ago. And even when we were at 9%, the numbers were actually pretty low, right? I mean, I think we had like somewhere in the neighborhood of about 10 cases total in the whole district. And so that's not saying that 10 kids aren't worth our due diligence, but it is to say, like, when you think of 10 out of close to 5,000 kids, it's a real small percentage of numbers. And so that's sort of what we're looking for is what the canary in the coal mine is. And I sort of felt like that was reflective of when we started to see a shift within the county as well as the community. The other thing that's really given us a lot more confidence, though, is the fact that we've seen drops. And then as we continue to pull the CARES information and parents continue to update, we also notice that our numbers are a lot higher. And we actually have a vaccination clinic coming up to sort of push it again to get out there. And then most of our staff are also boosted too, right? So all of these factors are coming into play, but just because 9% of the pools come back doesn't mean that 9% of our students are positive. It just means 9% of the pools, which, could be, I mean, don't get me wrong, it could be anywhere from 30, or it could be, 600 or 750, right? If you times 30 times 25. You're making that assumption, right? But it's not that high.
Well, thank you for saying more about that. I fully support your recommendations. I'm glad that we are aligning the recommendations with public health. And I appreciate the diligent work the district has done in shepherding our students, our teachers, our community through these transitions. It has been really challenging, and through every transition, there is a level of anxiety. But I'm fully confident that the Swiss cheese approach that we've had, and all of the mitigation efforts, and the continued testing, and the thoughtfulness that is going on into how we are keeping our students and teachers safe, while aligning to the recommendations of public health, I think I'm optimistic that this is going to be the right move for our students, and I'm just excited about having the opportunity to come together on campus, and to have that feeling of sort of, the way things felt at school before COVID. I think it's a move in the right direction. I can't remember if it was just in your presentation now, since it's not up. You had mentioned, just the conversation with our children that we should have about, some kids will choose not to wear one, and some will want to continue wearing them. So just those conversations that as parents we need to have with our children. I just want to encourage parents to have those conversations again, because kids will start to see kids without their masks, and maybe how to have those conversations that it's okay. And I feel like I had one final piece to say, and I'm forgetting. So thank you so much for the recommendation. I fully support it.
Trustee Cudley.
Thank you, President Blakely. I agree with many of the things that Trustee Berman just said. When we look back at where we were 2 weeks ago, we had pulled the data from March 7th, and it said that we had 247 cases per 100,000 over the 7-day period before that. And this week we're at 140. So we're seeing a really consistent, significant decrease. We haven't quite plateaued yet. I'm sure we'll plateau at some point. I think as we move forward, I appreciate the 9% pool testing cutoff. I've come out of this pandemic with my own personal motto, which is WWDSCD, which is what would Dr. Sarah Cody do? I've really come to have a lot of faith in our county's public health department and the recommendations that they make. And when they feel that the state is not consistent with our local data, they go their own way. And so I am comfortable with where we are and the direction we're going, because our county public health department is aligned with the state on this guidance for schools. I do think we are, we're not in a world that's COVID free. It is quite likely we will see variants in the future, and we will have to return to some of the mitigation measures that we're letting go of right now, like masking indoors. And when that happens, I would like to continue to follow our county's public health guidelines for schools, because I have a great deal of trust in them. They are the experts in the field. That is your epidemiology team who should be making these decisions. It has been incredibly difficult as a school board to be a public health agency. And I appreciate the time and work and incredible hours that everyone in our district office has put into trying to make the right decisions for our children every single day during this pandemic. But I also think that the more we can align with our county public health department, the better. And knowing that any metrics that we put in place may have to change in the future too, because there could be a variant with a higher R value than what we currently see, in which case 9% might not necessarily make sense. So we're going to have to be nimble. We're going to have to be responsive. We're going to have to look to our public health officials and epidemiologists to really guide us in this. And then I just had one last note, which is that, we're following the pocket of the curve right now. We're following the pandemic curve, and we're staying with the appropriate mitigations in response to the caseload in our community and the vaccination rates and our testing protocols. But if or when cases go back up, there is a group of students that I'm particularly concerned about, which is some of our students with disabilities or students who are neuroatypical, consistency is really important for them. And so removing masks and putting masks back on could be especially challenging. I'm thinking of, students I've worked directly with who are autistic, for example. It's not true of every child with that diagnosis, but there are some real challenges around a solid physical change like that. And so I hope we can plan for those children and how to support them when we have transitions, and figure out, what's best suited for them and their needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Conley. I agree with much of what my colleagues have said. I did want to say I am sympathetic to the concerns of our staff, some of the teachers that are not feeling comfortable, but I would just encourage them to look at N95s. I know I now will wear an N95 and I'm not feeling so concerned about being on a plane, or I even went to my first movie the other night, but I wore the N95 the whole time and I did not eat popcorn. And so I do think that, our public health workers by and large have stayed healthy by wearing N95. So, they're not comfortable, but when you balance the risks, it may be the lesser of two evils. Quickly, Trustee Chang.
Very brief, but just a comment for the superintendent to consider is in high aerosol environments of performing arts, singing indoors or musical theater indoors, I would just encourage the district to look into that. May be an environment that they have a different rule for indoor policy. So perhaps if it's an environment in a classroom where they're going to be vocalizing a lot, maybe that should not, maybe I would encourage that to be an exception, and that should still be masked. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Chang. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Rudolph, for all the recommendations. And, I trust we will do this intelligently and not just whimsically moving forward. So the next item on the agenda is, we've got several items and it is 9 o'clock. And I am trying to see whether we can move quickly. We certainly we'll need a motion to extend. I'm hopeful that you would concur, but I wanted to test the waters.
I'm happy to make a motion to extend the meeting till 11:30 p.m.
To what?
11:30.
11:30. Second.
Before we vote, question, are there any items that could be moved to a possible future date? Just because these are big items, I wanted everyone.
They are, and they're important. We have to have the child nutrition overview and meal cost one approved today. The other two items are just very important things that we've been looking at that we're ready for updates on. But Dr. Rudolph suggested if we were going to move something, it would be the future growth considerations and solutions.
Oh, no.
That was kind of how I felt, Trustee Wheeler. So shall we try to mush on and get through what we can? And if we need to carry an item over, if we don't really have time to give it the proper discussion, we could carry an item over to the next meeting, but get the bulk of the presentation done this evening. Does that make sense?
It does. There's a motion on the floor.
There's a motion on the floor, and it was made by Trustee Conley and seconded by Trustee Wheeler. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. And a motion made by Trustee Conley and seconded by Trustee Wheeler. The meeting will be extended until the latest at 11:30. So let's move along to item 8B, future growth considerations and solutions. I think a lot of us are very anxious to hear about this, Dr. Rudolph, something we've been talking about over the years.
All right. So I'll try to keep it as quick as possible. How about that? Without doing it any disservice. So we want to talk about future growth and considerations as well as solutions. One thing that I want to say is that a lot of thought has went into this in terms of looking at this problem holistically, as opposed to looking at this problem in sort of piecemeal. And I just want to set the stage, right? So we, as a board, even while I've been superintendent, we've made a lot of decisions that have sort of been one-offs, right? So we made a strategic decision to split schools, on a very tight campus in order to address a particular concern. Or we built another campus right next to a campus with the idea of creating something, right? And so what you'll see though is that, and this is no fault, right? Because I've been involved, multiple boards have been involved, but what we'll see is that as we start to think about the future growth concerns, we really need to take a pause and think about the whole picture as opposed to pieces of a picture, right? And so, and we see that as an illustrative example. And I'm going to talk about this. When we think about Montaloma as a community school, what you're going to see from the data is that actually Montaloma is going to become North Bayshore School if we don't make some decisions about what we want to do with it. And it's a school that can house 700 students, but most of those kids actually won't even come from the community unless we change the course that we're on. So what I'm hoping here is that we get some board direction about what comes next, that will allow us to really start to engage the community and really start to work with some our specialists and consultants who really understand this issue and come back with a series of recommendations that will help put us in a good position to really leverage all of our properties to address the growth needs, as opposed to, placing the burden on North Mountain View. So just bear with me. So that's sort of the backdrop for this. So this does fall in line with our strategic plan, equitable distribution of resources, as well as ensuring our facilities and resources to serve all of our students. So there's 3 questions that we're asking that will help us shape some recommendations that we plan on bringing back. The first one is elementary school capacity, and technically it probably should be elementary as well as middle school capacity too, because it's not really something that we thought about, but there was a previous direction from the board to create elementary populations of approximately around 450 students. And we felt true to that, right? But at the same time, as we start to think about future enrollment, my question to you is, how do you envision future enrollment? And you'll understand why I'm sort of setting it up this way. And really the secondary question is like, is this the most efficient use of our space? So we have schools that can hold 700 something students, and yet they may have only 200 students actually at their site. And typically what you do in most districts around the country is you actually create boundaries that support that community school or that neighborhood school, as opposed to creating a smaller threshold for it. So there's that first question. So the second one is that middle school capacities, and this does dovetail into our need for land, right? So I want to also put that out there, that our middle schools sit on approximately 16 to 18 acres land. And so acquisition of additional lands is not likely at 16 to 18 acres unless we exercise eminent domain or we start looking at some other options that may be untenable. And so as we explore solutions to address the future growth of middle schools, could you also describe your comfort with possible methods of expansion at middle schools or not expanding at middle schools regarding the size, grade span, as well as location? So for instance, in Los Altos, you have a 7th and 8th grade middle school approach, as opposed to a 6th, 7th, and 8th grade approach, which also helps to reduce the number of students who are at your middle schools. It is a possible solution, or it could be that you expand both middle schools to have closer to 1,000 individuals, or it could be pushing 1,500 when it's all said and done, or it could be the acquisition of a 3rd middle school, or land to house a 3rd middle school. Then question 3, and by the way, all of our lease partners know that these conversations are taking place. I don't want you to think that this is a surprise. But we have 3 properties that are located throughout the city. While 2 of these properties are located near where majority of the future growth is slated, all 3 of these properties reflect long-term relationships as well as important revenue for us. What considerations should we take into account in regards to our leases as staff analyzes future capacity needs and develops a plan for future growth? So these are the 3 questions. I'll put them back up a little bit later for you to talk about, but I'm going to dive into all the information now. So let's talk about growth. And some of these slides, I've done them multiple times. So I'm going to try to fly through these. This map represents all of the acreage or the properties that we have. It also includes the 2.5 acres that Google sort of has on the table for a school. It is sort of slated, it's not really guaranteed. And so the yellow represent places where we could build schools, as well as the blues are currently ones that are currently in use. So when we think about future growth, we have a couple of items. We have residential growth. Short term, we're looking at 6,500 units. Long-term growth, we're looking at 10,978 units. I do want to point out that I did get the information from, there was a question about generation rates from Madera. I did get that information from Demonica. I emailed it to you. So I know it came right as the meeting was starting, but I just want to put that information out there. We will add it to the actual questions that are posted on the website so that the public can see those too. But we do know that short-term growth is concentrated in a couple of areas: East Westman, Middlefield Road, as well as Shoreline. And for the most part, it will impact Montaloma, Vargas, Therecroft, and Crittenden. Long-term growth is mainly concentrated in North Bayshore as well as East Westman. And again, it's going to impact Montaloma, Vargas, as well as Crittenden. So this map right here shows a number of projects that are currently in some type of approval process. So the bright pink represent the ones that are under construction. The red represent projects that have been approved, and the brown represent properties or projects that are under review and are pending approval. So it's a sizable number of properties just across the district. When we look at our capacity for growth, you will see pre-pandemic as well as this year's enrollment, we are starting to see an increase, sort of a bounce back from the decline that we saw for next year. But what you can see is what we consider what is the maximum capacity of students that we can house at a school. And then we have what is called the realistic capacity that we can house at a school. A good example of this is Therecroft can house 744. But once you put in the ancillary programs at the school or TK or anything else, you'll start to see that it reduces the actual capacity that we have. Now, there are some other solutions that we can have, right? So right now we rent out full day to the YMCA, and maybe we turn those only into partial day so we can utilize those. So there are some measures that we can do to sort of create more space at schools. But right now we look at it as sort of what's the realistic capacity that we take into account. And things like having a STEAM room also take into account or have an impact on school sites. And so what this also shows you is that if you take our current enrollment, it shows sort of what the current capacity is. And as I mentioned before, Montaloma, which we knew when we changed the boundaries will become our lowest enrolled school. But I want to point out that somewhere in the neighborhood of about 15% of the students actually come from outside, currently come from Moffett Field, and we bus them in. So it's actually a lot lower in terms of its actual capacity, but it actually is a low number for a neighborhood school to exist. So we have some space that sort of exists there. But as we start to think about, and this sort of goes through where the extra programs are, whether they're vendors or special ed, just want to remind everybody, a couple of years ago, the board actually directed staff to place special ed programs in certain spots. And that was to help with continuity. One of the concerns when I first arrived was that special ed programs were moving from site to site to site, and that really had an impact on families. And we wanted to make sure that we weren't moving these specialized programs every single week. And those have really had some, or not week, every year. Those really have been successful in terms of it's allowed us to create an inclusive playground over at Landos and to sort of build a different type of classroom. And it allows for stability. And the board even has an enrollment policy that allows, if your student is in one of these classes, that the sibling can actually attend that school, right? So it does create some stability for programs. But when we look at the future growth, so our current enrollment is actually lower than 2019. But we noticed that we're actually going to start to see some additional students to start coming. And growth is going to affect all of our schools a little bit differently, which I'm about to go through. And so we really have some issues where we're looking at future growth capacity at schools is going to vary anywhere from 76 to 115%. So let's look at this again and let's look at what the true impact is going to be. So if you start looking at the sort of the overall picture, you will see that again, Google's master plan, Moffett Field, which is all zoned for, which we don't talk about that frequently, is all zoned for Montaloma. And then you have the East Wisman. And then in this map, what you're now seeing is the actual boundary lines that exist and sort of where those developments actually lie. And so we're going to show you what the impact of those are. And so we're trying to get a long-term plan in place that looks over the next 20 years, but also allows us to be a little bit flexible. Okay, so when we start to think about this, if we don't change the boundary lines at Montaloma, the long-term growth will take that school to 1,248 students that are actually zoned for the school. Some of those do come out of the North Bayshore area, but again, you also have Moffett Field, which is going to produce a sizable number of students too, or the Moffett base. But you also see that Vargas is going to be, which is just intentionally was created as a smaller school site, around 450. It also, because of East Wisman, will be over capacity. And then again, you see like they're just different. So most of the schools on the northern part of the city, North Mountain View, are going to experience a lot more growth. Schools like Bob and Mistral is sort of the exception to Rosa, Mistral and Stevenson, but schools like Bob and Amai are going to experience very little growth whatsoever. Lando still is projected to have over 100 students come into it. And then, but also if you look down at the second part, you look at, there's another 1,000 students who are eventually going to come to Crittenden, which presents a larger problem for us. So just imagine taking all of Crittenden's population and putting all of Graham and Crittenden all on one site. So that's pretty much the size of what we're talking about. But I think this is probably the better map or the better slide to look at. What this shows is that as projects get approved and as projects start to mature and generate students, what is going to be the actual impact on students? So right now, we project that we're going to be within capacity for our elementary schools at least until around 2027. Right around 2027, we should start to see some strain on our elementary schools. And by 2030, we should be over capacity. And then beyond 2030, we're going to be at a dangerous capacity for all these sites where essentially, I went to Albuquerque once and I've been on some of the school sites. It's nothing but portables all across the field. And that's essentially what we would look like, which I don't think anybody would want. If we think we have issues with green space now, imagine putting, and I've been at a school where I was a principal, where we had 50 portables sitting on a particular site. Luckily, it was in North Carolina, we have an abundance of land, but imagine the school outside in portables is actually bigger than the school inside, right? And so that's definitely one of the areas where we're headed if we don't make some changes. Middle schools, though, Crittenden is where it's going to experience the exact same thing. So we'll stay within capacity probably to around 2028. And then as time goes on, by 2031, we will be over capacity and hitting a dangerous bar by 2034. So there are some possible solutions to address this. This is not an exhaustive list, but we could address growth and capacity challenges without needing that much additional land. I'm not trying to argue that we don't need additional schools, but land is one of the purchasing of land is a big constraint for us. And so we have a $1.2 billion problem in front of us, with the majority of that problem being the acquisition of land and the cost of it, which continues to go up. So we can address some of this growth and challenges without purchasing additional lands, as well as facilities, which I think is one of the things that we continue to hear from City Council, but that is not going to solve the problem altogether. We could also maximize our school sites, and we could redistribute enrollment for 100% capacity across the whole district to try to get close. And then I think as we start to think about the long term, we also should establish a process to continually review them. One of the things I will say is that while I really did like the process that we used, the SAATF, as well as the Enrollment Priorities Task Force, it was not nimble enough to keep up with the pace of students that we have. It was more geared towards a couple of attempts to change boundaries that didn't work. But in this case, most school districts are a lot faster in terms of adjusting boundaries. And I don't think we have 3 years, a year to create a boundary and then 3 years to institute a boundary. I think that's going to be a very unwise approach for us. We could also, obviously, we want to construct a new North Bayshore school. We could expand Slater and Vargas. We could expand Crittenden Middle School. One of the things we can do, and we'll talk about this in a second, is relocate district services from middle school campuses by pulling MOT off, and I'm going to show you this in a couple minutes, but pulling MOT and child nutrition, you gain about an acre and a half at each site, which allows you to add some more students to those, which could help. We obviously will continue to monitor the pace, but I think, the other part of this is that we may need to look at schools like the Wisman property, as well as the Slater property, and sort of time things to execute that. So let's talk about centralizing programs real quick. So we have our food service program expansion, maintenance operations, transportation, preschool, special ed, as well as programs and leases. And when I'm talking about special ed, I'm really talking about the special ed preschool, which is currently on Graham's campus. Right, so we have preschoolers who are on a middle school campus, but we did that because we were searching for space across the district. So we do know that, and you're going to hear this, so one of the ways that we can become a little bit more efficient is by trying to centralize our child nutrition program as well as our maintenance operations. So I want you to think that the city currently has a sort of a piece of property that is really for all of its trucks and everything else, sort of its own maintenance yard. Well, as we start to think about, and this is one of the things we talked about a little bit earlier with staff, is as we start to think about, like, if we moved the central and created a central kitchen, where could we put it? And so naturally you start thinking like, well, where do we have space? But one of the considerations, if we centralize something, is where is going to be an acceptable place where you have semi trucks coming in at 5 a.m. and dropping off food, right? And so being in the residential area may not be one of the best solutions that we have. So this is something that we want to explore as we start to think about, is it possible to centralize some of our services? What is the impact going to be on actual community members? So here are, and this is sort of assets and opportunities that we're looking. So we have on Cooper, we have a short-term site that we could possibly use. But if we start thinking about long-term, right, we have the Slater, which is going to, the term of this property is actually 3.8 acres, and the term of this ends in 2028. I do want to point out, it is actually cheaper for us to tear down both schools and rebuild one larger school than it is for us to purchase 3.8 acres and to build a campus on 3.8 acres. That's not suggesting that we want to. I'm just simply saying, like, if we're thinking about ways to reduce the cost, whether it's a Melrose or a bonding program or anything else, like, you have to get a little bit more creative about how you want to utilize the space. And so one of the things that's taken into consideration is that you own land that you don't have to buy, and it's easier for you to reshape that land, even though you've already put the money out. I'm not arguing that's the best use of money, but I am saying that if we think about this from a long-term standpoint, it actually makes a lot more sense for it to be a lot more strategic and to keep our costs down. Another one is, so we have 10.85 acres, 39 classrooms, a German school. It is leased till 2045. There are some things that we could do to possibly get out the lease if we needed to. But I think those are some very tough decisions that we have to talk about in terms of if we want to try that. I'm not arguing that we should, but I'm just simply pointing out that it does represent a large tract of land, probably one of our largest that's not utilized currently. And then you look at MOT, and again, I'm not arguing that we should take MOT off of Crittenden's campus, but that gives you about close to an acre of land that you could use for actual classrooms by removing the bus as well as part of the child nutrition program. And then if you think about, if you go up, you have the ability to add more kids to that particular site. And I do know that the city talks about, and I don't know if you can see this on the screen, but the city talks about this piece of land also possibly coming to the school district, which could also help in terms of addressing it. And this was, I want to point out that some of these have already been identified as part of the master's facility plan as long-term projects that we have. But this is definitely something that we could definitely look at in order to help the middle school problem. We have another acre over at Graham where we have a sizable MOT yard that is used that could be housed, as well as another kitchen that could be used for students. And again, it's not arguing that this is the move. We just even put a solar panel up there, but we're just pointing out that this is a possibility. So depending on the direction from the board, it gives us some ideas, some things to play with, right? And I think ultimately that's what we're trying to put the conversation in front of the board so you can give us some direction about things to explore. And then again, what we would do is come back with recommendations of what comes next that we think are probably the most viable options for the board to consider. Okay, so when we think about this for a second, we have moved from 3,300 meals to almost doubling that within a short time period, and we know that we're going to keep continuing that, and that doesn't include. So that's assuming that it doesn't assume that we will keep the free program going, right? What we know is that if we just look at the growth, we're going to increase that close to 8,000 meals at some point, right? And so the 8,000 meals includes all of the different programs that we have. So the breakfast as well as after school and during school. These are scratch kitchens. It is, there are critical daily processes for flow management. And so our kitchen and storage facilities are undersized. So increasing the freezers at our sites would take more space off of our middle schools. So these are things that we need to keep into consideration. And then we have a lot of workarounds, so these kitchens were designed at a different time for different needs. So we continue to do some workarounds to make these things work. And so really what we need to do is we need to sort of right size our purpose-built a centralized kitchen to sort of take place. Right, and so this just sort of goes through what the proposed, we had Gene Young, who's worked with us on a master's facility plan. He's working for us right now, sort of an advisory capacity. He sort of looked at what is the need in terms of space. So when you think about MOT as well as the food services, we're talking about probably somewhere in the neighborhood of about 4 acres of an industrial site that we could use for both of these two. So, MOT, transportation, light industrial uses, occupies lands otherwise available for middle schools. It's split at 2 sites. It does have poor access because it's through residential neighborhoods. It's undersized. So even if we want to add buses for transportation needs for our students, we do not really have enough space on Crittenden's campus to accommodate those without taking out parking spots and addressing other types of issues. And so, its use is really incompatible with the existing low density residential neighborhoods that we currently have. So this is where that 4 acres. So if we look at what MOT's needs are, we're looking at somewhere in the neighborhood of about 3 acres. So MOT plus the cafeteria would be around 4 acres total. Preschools are split across 3 existing sites. There's about 200 something students. So you see 1 at Graham, 3 at Theracov, 1 at Latham. The existing site is ideally located for the state program. We also have the site that is right next to us, which is a possibility of centralizing it there. As we start to look at the expansion of TK, as well as the changes in the universal program, it is possible that, we continue to transition over to the Montecito site. So it's definitely an opportunity for growth for us. So ideally, it can house up to 7 other classrooms. I think there's going to be a conversation as we learn more about universal TK and as we learn more about the changes to preschool. It is possible that you see a shift from part day to full day programs. And so that's going to have an impact on us also. But we did configure Montecito ideally for a preschool campus. We are going to have to do some renovations to add bathrooms to those to make sure that's adequate because we used it for Stevenson when it was here. So there are definitely some things to consider. So, you know, obviously conditions which we are currently addressing and what we're in really good position there, right? So HVAC units, windows, those types of things we've been doing with Measure G as well as Measure T. But capacity is sort of a long-term issue that we have, specifically at Montaloma, Vargas, and Crittenden, Theracov, and as well as Central Kitchen and MOT, where our kitchens are not big enough to feed to create 8,000 meals, unless we want to be a very inefficient kitchen that has a lot of cost overruns. And then we have, you know, sort of the other one, which is configurations, is how do we look at Crittenden, and really Graham as part of it, Latham Preschool, as well as MOT. The opportunities that sort of exist is the lease properties that will be returning to the district as time sort of goes on, which can definitely help. The first one being Google in the next couple of years. The next one being Wishman. There's obviously the Montecito site, which is available, which is another opportunity for us. There's the North Bay Shore site, which I know that the city is working on, which is an opportunity for us. And then it is possible that we can look at other district land as middle school sites. If you put it all on the table, like we're currently sitting on 17 acres. Well, I'm not trying to argue that we should raise the district office there, in Stevenson. If you're thinking about how do you create a larger middle school that can house more students, it may be, as we start to explore different types of options, it could be something that we, recommendation that we would have, right? And again, it's not saying it's an ideal world, but it is taking into account that you have a school that's going to have 1,700 students on it, possibly, if you don't address its particular needs and it doesn't have the capacity to do it. So there's some things to consider. So first up is Montaloma. Montaloma is currently a school whose population is supported by students who are outside of the community. And this obviously is one of the things that we heard loud and clear from Carducci, which is that you really want to create a community school. And the community is really, it is not a school that is viable. We learned just a little while ago that the YMCA's, because of low enrollment, is going to be coming off Montaloma. The student enrollment continues to dwindle at that school from the community, and it really is being propped up by military and students from the North Bay Shore area. But I don't think that was really the intent of creating neighborhood schools that are viable. And I think, sometimes we ask probably the wrong questions. When we looked at the boundaries, we said we don't want kids to cross major intersections, which, I completely understand. But maybe the question that we should have asked is, how do we get kids across roads like Rangstor safely in order to support a school population, right? And the same thing with when you look at Castro City. Castro City is actually closest to Montaloma, but we don't have them crossing Central Avenue. But again, maybe the conversation is, how do we get them across Central Avenue a little bit safer? And that could also be where the city comes into play to come into play. I'm not trying to argue that anybody wants to take the underground trail or path or under the railroad tracks, but it's definitely something that we could take into consideration and advocate for as we're thinking about how do we create safe routes for kids to travel. Montaloma really is a critical chess piece if we're going to solve the North Bay Shore, the North Mountain View problem. So, one of the things that we talked about is stop looking at it for its immediate land use needs and start looking at it as a place where we can really support a larger community on this campus. And then instead of spending $10 million or however much to make adjustments just to the green space, really look at this in totality and start thinking about it from a larger space, which is how can we add a couple more kids that can help relieve some of the stress that Vargas is experiencing, which really means that every single school, the boundaries will move a little bit over. So Vargas can absorb East Westman, Therakoff can absorb some of Vargas's boundaries, and Montaloma can absorb some of Therakoff's boundaries. And then we can also take into consideration things like, is it really the right thing to do to drive students from Moffett past multiple schools to get to Montaloma because of a historical approach that we've had? Or is it really, and I know like previously they used to go to a different school, or it doesn't make more sense to actually take them to the closest school so they're not on the bus and allow our buses to focus their attention on addressing other types of needs that can support these schools and help with diversification of choice schools, which is one of the concerns that's been brought. Enrollment, so school programming that supports student populations of 450 is really not an efficient use of schools anymore. And we have varying needs, right? So, you know, we have some schools that have more than 450, and then we have some schools that are less than 450. And this board has been committed to making sure that every single school is viable. But I think as we start to look, or not really made a commitment to make sure that even if a school's population dropped, that we weren't going to go through a school closure process. And so, but I think it's now time to think about, you know, we have a lot of space sitting at some of our school sites, and then we're looking at a very small space in North Bayshore, which is only 2.5 to 3.5 acres, and we're talking about adding 700 kids to that particular site, right? But we have other school sites that have a smaller population and have more green space attached to it, and we're not taking into consideration that maybe they can house some more students. So adjusting, you know, taking that into account is really something that I think it would be wise, but ultimately, that's really up to board direction to let us know, is it something that we should take into consideration? Is 450 really where we want to be? Or is it okay that we continue to go a little bit higher? You know, understand that maybe we don't want super large schools, but a little bit larger is perfectly fine. So the other one is the impact of short-term boundaries, short-term decisions about school program may have had an impact on some of our decisions. But these decisions are either reversible or can be mitigated. So I want to give you a good example of this. So, and again, I'm just tossing stuff out there. I'm not trying to suggest that this is where we are. But you have one school that is Mistral that sits on a campus that is in a building that can house close to 700 students. But we've capped its enrollment at 450. Right next to it, we have a building that was built to house around 450 students. But you have a neighborhood that is going to eventually start to expand, and you're going to have a community that is going to come into conflict where the neighborhood school, which is adjacent to the choice school, the neighborhood school is going to have less space than the actual choice school, which has more space. And how do you address that? Now, I'm not trying to suggest that this is the solution, but I do think having a conversation, that this board having a conversation about how do we want to utilize this particular site is probably something that we should do as we start to think about how we're going to address the growth that the Castro community is going to experience, which I think, you know, all of us, and I think I saw an email to the board, as well as myself and city council, is coming, right? We know that there are apartment complexes that are being turned over. Again, it's not to say that the recommendation that we have a baked idea, but it's just to say, like, we did the exact same thing over here at Therakoff and Stevenson, right? We created a school that's at 450, and it's right next to a school that can house 750, but combined, those two schools only equal 700 and something 50. I'm not arguing that we close Stevenson and integrate in Therakoff. I'm just simply saying, as we think of the totality of everything, we need to be mindful that as we continue to add kids, we are not going to have the ability to add more green space. So how we utilize these spaces and how we intelligently design stuff is really going to be critical moving forward in order for us to do it. And it's not, you know, again, I think one of the things we're realizing is, like, anything can be mitigated and anything can be reversed if that's where we want to go, as long as we're clear about what we're actually the problems that we're trying to solve. And it's the same way that we think about the middle schools. We can mitigate the lack of space by going upwards to house more students. And we see that currently at Crittenden, which does have two-story buildings. And now Graham, but Crittenden's had it for a longer period of time than what Graham has. But it is possible to go up that can help mitigate the issue of growth at the school site if the board's direction is that, yes, we want to make sure that we add more students to those two sites as opposed to finding a third space. And then so funding, and I think this is one of those ones where we see ourselves a little bit at odds with the city, right? So we hear from the city talking about that RENA is really important. Not trying to argue that we don't want to have students, but one of the only funding solutions that we have left in our disposal is actually a Melrose. And so the city has cited time and time again that this will be the death blow to addressing the RENA. There are more issues when it comes to RENA, park fees and other things that actually play a role, but the Melrose is the easiest to point to right now in terms of it. But even then, the Melrose would not get us to work to address the full need that we have. So even if we could raise $465 million, that does not bring us to the $1.2 million. And by the way, 1.2 billion was determined before the pandemic and before inflation and before the rise of prices. So chances are this is a lot higher of a problem now when we take into account the cost. But we do need to think about funding and our capacity to bond and our capacity or the voters' capacity or willingness to actually do things like Melrose. And so I think getting support and having a cohesive plan also allows us to go back to the city and to really investigate other financing options, even including leveraging things like Share Shoreline to help fund the building of schools. But I think that's really, it's really about us being clear about what we're trying to do and what the total cost is, as opposed to sort of the spaghetti noodling effect of just throwing everything against the wall and seeing which one's going to stick. So I do think that reducing our land needs will help minimize our funding requests for Melrose bonds and contributions. And again, I just want to note that it could have a negative impact on housing and create RENA issues in the city. So what are the next steps? Obviously, for the long term, we're going to monitor pace of residential development. And we do want to start positioning our assets over the next 5 years to address the growth. I do think that one of the next steps is to start looking at the possibility of revising school boundaries. We're going to have to do it at some point anyway, especially for Montaloma. There's no way that it can address the growing need that's going to exist there. Obviously, we have an urban school design. So as soon as we understand what's happening in North Bayshore, we do want to develop a clearer plan for the North Bayshore School. We do need to develop or expand East Westman Elementary School. So even if we don't do anything at Vargas, we need to address the growth that's going to come out of East Westman. And we have to expand both Crittenden and Graham in order to address needs and identify the solutions for MOT consolidation. And then, all of these things, if we start to look at, if regardless of, whether we make any determinations about Slater or Westman, we still need to have a clear plan of action to wean ourselves off of the lease revenue that we currently get. Not saying that it's not sustainable, because obviously we have valued the fact that Google, as well as Action Day Plus and the German School, have been in our district and they've been great tenants and great partners in the district. So I'm not trying to say that we don't value them. What I am saying is that at some point, it is possible that we may have an issue with revenue, right? And we saw that when the pandemic hit, that they even had issues with maintaining their own rents. The board graciously gave some concessions, taking into account that enrollment had dropped. But that's a dangerous position to be in if we're depending on lease revenue, right? And so we want to be in a place where we can leverage that a little bit differently. So additional capacity may not be needed in order to address the long-term growth. So we're looking at probably 5 to 7 years. And there are some redevelopment areas and for relocating MOT as well as the central kitchen, which will net us about 1.5 acres at Graham and an additional 8 acres at Crittenden. So there's a couple parameters that we're sort of looking at. I think obviously one of them is to reduce the future land purchasing needs by fully utilizing available space and land. I do think that that's something that we need to do. We just don't have the capacity or the funding ability to have to purchase that much land. And even if we could purchase the land, we wouldn't be able to build anything off of it until we figured out another funding strategy to build buildings. I do think that regardless of what decision the board makes, we need to really consider centralizing several services, whether that's moving preschool over to the Montecito site, or whether that is looking at how do we centralize items to be more efficient. It really does make the most sense for us. I do think we should leverage school boundaries to address both short and long-term needs. I don't think any of us, when we went through the boundary process, really thought we knew the amount that North Bayshore was coming, but we weren't really sure about what was going to occur at Moffett. I remember we talked about it, but it wasn't really a plan. And now Moffett is becoming a reality too, right? So we have 2 big projects that are going to have an impact on Montaloma. And we knew that one of the projects would, but we also made a lot of assumptions because the city council was different, Google's offer was different, figuring that we could possibly have 2 to 3 schools in the North Bayshore area, and it doesn't look like that's the case right now, right? So we need to address that adequately. Explore funding opportunities that reflect the district-wide approach, as well as balance school and community use needs. Again, I think this is something that we learned through Montaloma. We do need to be mindful that while it's not our obligation to provide green space to any particular place, it is our obligation to provide green space to the community, right? We are one of the biggest landowners within the city. We have access and we have always provided green space to the community. There are more people who have dogs now as a result of the pandemic. But it also means that as we start to see the community urbanize, as we start to see it urbanize, what we're also starting to see is a strain on green space across the city. And so we do have a moral obligation to make sure that we're able to provide that green space to not only our kids, but also our community as well after hours. So we do need to balance both our needs as well as the community's needs and be very intelligent about that. So again, we need direction. The first question is, how do you envision school enrollment? And how do you envision the most efficient use of our facilities when it comes to elementary schools? As we explore solutions to address growth at middle schools, could you also sort of describe or give us direction about comfort for possible expansion, purchasing, or anything else when it comes to middle school? And then leases, again, this is not, and most of the stuff I toss out there are just, spitballing. These are things for you to think about. I'm not suggesting that we are terminating any leases. We're not trying to put any kids or any families on notice. These are valued partners, just like every site is a valued school site within our district. So it's not to intimate that there's any behind the scenes plans to do any of this. But I do think that the board should provide direction on what it would like how it envisions leases, especially with the first one coming up in the next couple of years, which is Google in 2028. Is it, yes, we need to find a way to wean ourselves off, or no, we need to think about the long-term implications of East Wiston as it pertains to Vargas, which means that we need to make some adjustments there. And so that can look a lot of different ways, but direction is really needed so that we can move forward.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. That was quite a summation of the work that we've been doing for the last several years. So that was very helpful. Trustees, any clarifying questions? Trustee Conley.
Yes, thank you, President Blakely, and thank you, Dr. Rudolph, for the thoroughness of that presentation. By the looks of it so far, we've taken into account building permits and plans that we know of, but Does the projections that we have now take into account the change, the updated housing element that the city is looking at, and the change in R3 zoning that would upzone R3?
It actually doesn't, which means that the problem could be even worse. It could actually get a little bit higher. So no, it takes into account where we currently are, and we try to do our best to predict what the possible impact's going to be.
Okay, because when I look at the rezoning for R3 that was proposed last year, a significant portion of that runs along Ringsdorf and right beside Montaloma, right beside that neighborhood, all the way north. If we talk about boundaries at any point, I think we need these inputs from the city, and actually we need to see where their city is going to land on this plan to be able to do any type of boundaries.
Completely agree.
Another question I had is, does this plan that we've talked about today take into account the expansion of TK? I know we're expecting just one class next year, but do we have a vision that longer term we're going to need more space for TK?
That's exactly one of the considerations that we would take into account as we think about whether it's centralizing TK or whether it's putting TK at multiple sites. We want to be able to say, yes, we're going to have TK, and this is where we're predicting it to be. So we're doing some background analysis to see who's in TK, who's applying for TK, where are they coming from, and sort of what can we predict the impact of it's going to be.
Yeah, because I imagine 5 years from now, when it's a more established program, it's going to be a completely different ballgame than it is right now, even with the predictions that we could make now. And then one last question. So on slide 7, when we look at district land, that includes the Sylvan site, Sylvan Park. But when we look at slide 14 and school sites, it does not include Sylvan Park. Could you explain why that is?
Primarily, so you said slide
7 and 14.
I think it was just it was just left off. It had nothing to do with, like, as we were thinking about it, we were pulling older maps that we knew really worked, and I think we just missed it. It wasn't something intentional.
No problem.
But we are aware that Sylvan is one of the pieces of property. I think we have 3 acres that we could leverage. And I think that could also be a different type of solution, which is we have an urban school model. And so we could leverage that to work. Obviously, it would be something new that nobody's ever thought about, but it is definitely a possibility.
Thank you.
Any other clarifying questions, trustees? Trustee Wheeler?
Yeah, so I was wondering about the Sylvan Park space also. And I also wonder about, the different types of uses of this later preschool. And, you described one of them is we just take it over and, build on it. I wonder if you've had conversations with Google about trading that space for other space like in North Bayshore or something, because, I would imagine they're very interested in keeping that space. And, if you could like deal cards out to them, here's something we can give you if you can give us this.
I think that's an excellent idea of some of the solutions that we could play with. They have both the German school as well as Google have invested heavily in those sites. In fact, Google just did a sizable amount of work that this board approved. So it is a possibility that the 3.8 acres could possibly end up as a swap. And I think that's true for like any of the lands that we have. Like, could we leverage those to get a piece of land someplace else that would be more beneficial? And I think even things as, you have 10.8 acres for, that's within the general neighborhood of Vargas. It is possible that, we could entertain a swap for the German school to go one place and rename a different site or build a bigger elementary. I mean, I think there's a lot of different combinations and things that we could explore. So based off of what the board's direction is, we will come back with a series of options as well as some recommendations. Some we will come back, it's going to take us a couple months, but some we could possibly come back within the next couple months, and then others we'd have to probably come back sometime in the next calendar year with here what we think are some possible solutions. But it is going to take some time for us to really dive in. And it's going to take a lot of different consultants, demographers, and real estate attorneys to help us figure out what the most viable options are.
And then to also pick up on a comment that Trustee Conley made, as much as I have been pulling strongly for expanded TK for years and years and years, this is turning out to be a huge, much huger solution than any of us envisioned. And the idea of just putting a few classrooms with small sinks over next to the district office for, from like 9 to 2, that's too small. And I think you told us that Assistant Superintendent Bauer is attending a bunch of these workshops, just like I'm attending workshops. It is huge. So I'm assuming that she is filling you in on, just how much bigger this proposal by the state is now, including after school care that's being required. So that's another thing. Another thing that now it's always useful to be sitting here next to Board President Blakely. Another huge, you mentioned it, huge issue. It's, we tiptoe around it in public, but we need to have a real serious conversation with the city about share shoreline. And, they say, well, you can't do this, you can't do that. We need to, again, I'm talking about cards, here's our card, what card are you giving us, that kind of thing. And the last thing I want to say, and then I'll pass the microphone to somebody else, is, some of us have talked to you about desirability of different schools. So like desirability of Castro. So, some neighborhood kids are just going to go there because that's their neighborhood school. And some neighborhood kids are not going to go there because they've got options to go someplace else. So how many kids are we talking about? And the same thing is true at Montalama. How many kids in the Montalama neighborhood attend that school? And how many kids, how many families, are wealthy enough in that neighborhood that they choose not to send their children there? So, the idea of helping to make our schools desirable for people in the neighborhood and people in the district are issues that I think are really important.
Thank you, Trustee Wheeler. Trustee Chang.
Thank you. Just one question. 7 years ago or so, right before you joined our district, Dr. Rudolph, the previous board sought Lozano Smith to do all kinds of legal review on surplus property status. And without commentary, I just forwarded that to the board because I recognize most of the board members were not here when we got that legal counsel. So the answer may not be available right now, but I'm curious. So I know that Wistman is surplus property, and that's why we're allowed to rent it to a K-12 private school. And it's my understanding that Slater is not surplus property, which is why we could only rent it to preschools, because preschools under state law can be like, I don't know if Ellen, you recall these conversations, we're allowed to lease to preschools anywhere, but we can only lease to K-12 independent schools if we surplus, and a surplus is a very defined procedural process with a committee review and everything. Do we know if Cooper was surplused? Because I know Slater, pretty sure it's not. I know Wisman is, but I never recall if Cooper has actually ever been officially surplused through our community process.
We can go back and check and look.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Berman.
Sure. I just have, I submitted several of my questions, but there was one I was asking about the Montaloma school, the elementary school, and just your comment just now, Trustee Wheeler made me go back to it. So my question was, how many students that attend Montaloma live in the Montaloma neighborhood? And the response was, there's 266 students enrolled, 220 reside in surrounding communities. So there's 220 students that live in the parameters of Montaloma neighborhood within Middlefield and Ringstorf and Central Expressway in San Antonio.
And then if you add, so I guess we should have put a couple other things. If you add the next 150 that 130, 150 actually attend Stevenson. We didn't include the Mistral numbers. And then we didn't have the private school numbers. So when I looked at that question, I only looked at it in terms of its current enrollment. I didn't think about like the larger student population.
That's fine. That's also helpful information to have. So the difference then is like 46 students. So those other 46 students that are not from the surrounding community or neighborhood, those are students that are.
Majority of them are military.
So about 40-ish students.
Yeah.
Okay. And the students, is that 40-ish number, is that also students that are coming in for the special education program that's there?
So most of those students that are 40-ish are coming in from Moffitt. The special ed, so the way our special ed programs were sort of designed is that they actually house most of the neighborhood population. But there are a couple students, it's not many, that may go to a different spot or being zoned for a different school. But the majority of them are actually zoned for the school in some type of fashion, whether it's from Moffitt or whether it is in the neighborhood. The exception would probably be Landals more than anything because it's a medically fragile or special, because it has a different program altogether. It pulls from the whole city because, the classroom was designed differently. Right. The playground's a little bit different, and that's not the case at the other sites.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. So now I am going to open it up to members of the public who wish to speak on this item. If you're a member of the public and you do wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand in Zoom. And if you've dialed in, press *9. And I'm seeing 3 people so far. I'll give it another moment to allocate time. Okay, I see 3, so each of you will have 3 minutes. The order will be Bill Lambert, then the phone number ending in 8176, and then Robin Lynn. Pardon me, Robin. So Bill, when you see the clock, please unmute yourself and share your comments with us.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. I cut this down to 2 minutes, so this should be easy. Board President Blakely and trustees. It was just 5 short years ago during meetings held over several months when I and about 30 other parents and community members worked together on the redistricting task force. The premise of the conversation was that the district was committed to supporting the neighborhood school model with 450 students at each school. In addition to reconfiguring the school attendance boundaries, the process limited intra-district transfers of students between schools. At that time, an average of roughly 1/3 of the students did not attend their local school. However, after only 5 years, in view of the rapid residential growth in Mountain View, the neighborhood school paradigm appears to be no longer viable. The district and the trustees are to be commended for their willingness to reassess the previous plans, determine what is working and what is not, and explore new models for accommodating the projected student growth and addressing the budget implications. Other organizations within our city will make 10, 20, and even 30-year plans that are rarely, if ever, reassessed and adapted to meet the ever-evolving needs of our community. I know this takes time, effort, and a lot of creative thinking. I thank the staff and the trustees for your willingness to serve our community and students by taking on this challenge. As you consider the various issues surrounding student growth, land use, and financing, I ask you to keep a focus on the education of each and every individual student in our district. Decide what educational model will work best for our students, and then organize the district's assets to best fulfill those objectives. For example, due to the physical and financial constraints, it seems apparent that in the future, busing within the district to better utilize our school sites will be necessary. Explore how a more mobile student population will allow for equity and equality of education opportunities for our students. Really, what I'm asking you to do is to reverse the process outlined in this presentation. Rather than come up with a plan that is reactive to the urbanization of Mountain View, be proactive and decide on desired educational outcomes first, and then determine how best to organize the district's assets. Start with and keep the focus on education of each and every student in our district. I do have one specific comment about the presentation though. If Montaloma is a chess piece and what I hope is not a game, is Montaloma the queen or a pawn? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lambert. The phone number ending, the person who dialed in by phone, please unmute yourself and share your comments.
It says I'm unmuted. This is former trustee Nelson. I wanted to make a comment that we can have a different kind of way of assigning students. It doesn't have to be a hard boundary line that says, it isn't like the edge of Ukraine in the beginning of Russia. We can have a slow changing algorithm of assignment of new students. One of the reasons that plan of 5 years ago isn't working is because the boundaries aren't allowed to change as resources become available. So a slow adaptable use of 85, 90, 95% of available classrooms to do that. Permanent classrooms plus teachers. So students can then come in packages of 24. Belmont Redwood Shores had an algorithm that does that, and it does that kind of thing. You grandfather the people in who start at that school, but as the school capacity changes, the algorithm gradually lets students come in. Castro Mistral is a large facility. Room use of a school is very flexible for this space, for flex space, for instance. Think, is it a goal for Castro to have no PTA? Think, is it good to have one neighborhood fighting another one for 1 or 2 blocks of a border move? I think I voted in the minority to make Castro more unitary. I lost against Ellen Wheeler and 2 other trustees. But I think the staff did a good job then when they were thinking of that site on Escuela as being one educational facility. Just because you have a room assigned to Mistral right now doesn't mean it can't be one of the flex spaces for Castro. Don't get stuck into borders. So I hope you can look at things, even if you're going to reassign things like Mr. Lambert was saying, and I don't think he was personally committed to this idea of 450. But if you say you built schools to 450, then try to fill them up to 430. Let the borders shift. The other thing you can do is think about, are you going to worry any about segregation? Because Castro is an extremely segregated neighborhood school. Or is that the way you want it to be? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. And Robin Lynn, you have 3 minutes. Please unmute yourself and share your comments.
Hey there. Thanks for the time. I'm definitely not going to be as deep into the details as Mr. Nelson or Bill, but I do want to just reiterate kind of some of the points that Bill made, and coming at this kind of as a non-professional, person, educational person. I guess I just wonder again if we can think about what if the board, if I can ask you guys to think about what the goals are. What are we trying to achieve? Is it just talk of, I think we can get lost in the minutia of like land use, there are endless details there. But I think I'd like to reiterate what Bill said, like it's really about how is the school district preparing the kids that pass through it for their lives, and how is it that how do you answer the question, how do you have the policies in place to do that? There are lots of solutions and details, but please don't get lost in those details. I hope you remember always the North Star is the education of children, and ensuring that like every child has a fair shake at it, right? Not just ones who live, close to the right school or, has the means to get to the right school or whatever, but every school, every child around those schools has as good of an opportunity to get a great education as any other. And I guess that's the thing that I'd like to really emphasize. Like I started attending these because of one little humble park. We have tried to wrap our minds around the greater issues, and I'm telling you, you can get lost in the details. We're going to get whipsawed by the city. Who the hell knows what the city is going to do? I don't even think they know what they're going to do. They're also in a bind, right? Like there's just no land, and there's so much need for land space that it's kind of like you're just going to start everything is just going to end up like in an infinite loop. You're just not going to be able to figure out a solution that doesn't require, billions of dollars. And I don't think anybody has billions of dollars other than private companies. And obviously they're not going to give school district or anything this amount of money. So please, if you can find solutions that you can have control over, I just emphasize that, right? Like solve the problems that you can. Try not to get whipsawed or lost in these endless problems that you just.
Thank you, Ms. Lynn. If you have additional comments, please feel free to email the trustees at trustees@mvwsd.org, and we'd be happy to read those emails. So now for comment, I'm going to jump in here and start. And then, I know everybody has lots of thoughts and ideas here. On the elementary school capacity and the 450 students, I think that was an artificial number in the first place. And, like all the callers are saying that they want the best education for kids. I think great teachers at great schools and the right number of children per class is fine. And I don't have a problem having schools that are 650 or even 700. I don't want to put a number on it, but if the site can accommodate more students, I think we need to open that up. I do, however, like the idea of preserving some kind of access to neighborhood schools wherever possible for the walkability purpose. I think when people live in a community, it's very nice for the kids to be able to walk to school, and it just builds community. So, I understand we may need to look at busing in some circumstances, but wherever possible, I'd like to keep the neighborhood zoned so that children could walk to those schools, even if they have a larger enrollment. For middle school capacity, I don't love the idea of having a 17 or 18 or 2,000 student middle school. And I realize that to preserve, given the land resources, that might be the most efficient way to go. But adding 1,100 students to Crittenden on top of the capacity of 1148, I mean, that's over 2,000 students. And to me, that's a high school size. I don't I don't love that idea for middle schools. And I would be more open to looking at some of the other sites. Perhaps Wisman is in a good location. It's in a good location for access from North Bayshore because students could ride their bikes on the trail. It opens right up onto the back of the field. And yes, that would be a smaller middle school site if we were looking at that, just by way of example. But I think if we build up, we could still preserve the fields. I don't like the idea of doing a 7th and 8th grade school. There was a big study, or not study, but a huge task force. It was like a 2-year task force. This was done some years back, but they looked at a lot of different models. I think maybe Trustee Wheeler, you might have been on this. And there were a lot of reasons to have a 3-year school. We've talked about this before, so that would not be my preference. So I'd really like to see if we can't identify another middle school site if we're going to be growing that much. And then on the leases, I'd love to get creative. I mean, perhaps we can move the German school to the Cooper site, or move the Cooper preschool to, one of the MOT. I don't know. But I think we might be able to move some of these schools and still preserve some lease income. But I don't want to be too beholden to lease income, like you said in the slide. Because I think we need the land. I do like the idea that a couple of people suggested of perhaps approaching the city to see if we could trade some of the land or swap some of the land that we have in sites that, like even Sylvan Park, 3 acres there, we could build a dense urban school, but that doesn't seem like the right location for a dense urban school. And when I look at the density of the proposed development, it doesn't seem like it's necessarily in a location that we would need. So perhaps the city might be able to identify some other land that they could trade out for that. That could be true of Cooper as well. So I think I like the idea of being creative and just trying to preserve some flexibility, but maximizing the end goal is to have enough schools that are a reasonable size in reasonable locations to serve our students. And I agree with Trustee Wheeler that we need to start working more closely with the city to identify funding sources and share shoreline and the joint use agreements. And there's a lot of other pieces that we need to be working cooperatively with the city on. So hopefully we can help them too. Okay, I've said my piece. Trustee Conley, you had your light on first.
Thank you, President Blakely, and thank you for your comments. Before I dive in, I want to kind of situate what we're talking about in a broader context. Our goal as a school district is to provide a world-class education for every single child, and that's what we're focused on every day. And our greatest asset is our people. But we also have to make sure that those children have a place to go to school to every day, and we have to make sure that they can get to those schools safely, as we have seen critically illustrated in our community recently. So when we talk about land use and transportation and housing elements and all of these different developments and how to situate these pieces, these are life and death decisions at times, because we're talking about how people can access the resource of our schools safely. Many of our low-income families do not have car transportation, so they need to be able to walk to school. Many families are not able to actually get their children to and from school every day because maybe all of the adults in the household are working. And so an older child needs to walk them, or children need to get to school on their own, or they bike on their own. And so all of these decisions, I want to keep that in the back of our mind. But that also means that, as I said earlier, we need to know the housing element update from the city, the R3 zoning from the city, because right now, those two things, one is putting a huge amount of development along Ringstorf, is really increasing density there. And the housing element has identified their opportunity sites is almost all along El Camino Real for housing, which would really change a lot of our conversation about which schools are best situated to take on more students. So before we redraw boundaries, before we do any of that, I think we need to take that into account. Unfortunately, we do have segregated economic housing segregation in Mountain View. We are very typical of a lot of California. And when we look at the housing element update, when we look at the R3 rezoning, they aren't touching R1 zoning, which is single family homes. So I don't see housing segregation decreasing in Mountain View anytime soon because we are not dealing with that actual issue. And I understand why. Like, there's a certain character to a single family home neighborhood that people want to maintain housing values. I get it. But that means that if we want to have economically integrated schools, we might have to think beyond housing zone boundaries so that we're integrating economically our students. Pairing that with also being able to safely access schools is really hard, and I'm not sure how we do it yet. But I do think at a minimum, we need to be looking at our leased sites as land that we're going to use. Wistman is incredibly well situated to meet the demands of the future, whether it's as a middle school or elementary school. The Slater site as well. I mean, it would just be, you know, cutting off our what is it? Cutting off your hand to spite your face, your nose to spite your face. If we continue to lease those properties in perpetuity, when we know that that's where there's going to be a huge amount of demand. And let's see, there was something else. I will ask you to come back to me in a moment because I know there's something else I wanted to say, but I can't remember it right now.
Thank you, Trustee Conley. Trustee Chang, you've been looking anxious.
Somebody wants to go. Oh, okay. Thank you. So from the first question about Monte Loma, I live in Santiago Villa in North Bay Shore. So like, you know, that's like one of the few, that mobile home park is one of the few people who actually kind of live in this neighborhood that one day might be a really large neighborhood. And Monte Loma is my zone school. And when I was running for the school board, a lot of people were asking why I didn't go to my community school, Monte Loma, at that time. And something I didn't really share with a lot of people when they asked that question is that, like, you know, early on when it was a possibility, I take my daughter on these long bike rides, and I try to take her on a bike ride to Monte Loma. And while it's our zone school, to get from North Bay Shore to Monte Loma, we didn't succeed on the bike ride because the bike ride, we got only halfway through because the bike ride takes you across the 101, across Shoreline, across Middlefield, across Rainstorf to get to Monte Loma. We only got halfway through and ended at a donut shop. But then, like, but it's this idea of Monte Loma being North Bay Shore's neighborhood school is completely, in my mind, absurd. It's a historical artifact for when Moffett was a small community of military families, and that worked, and Monte Loma ended up developing services. So that's a historical artifact. I really get nervous by the idea that we are entertaining anything of building out Monte Loma to serve a community that is 2 school sites away and crossing so many of our largest thoroughfares. It just doesn't make any sense. So I value the work that Carducci does, but I would welcome their services put to other challenging topics in our community. The question about a lot of people have been mentioning Silver and Cooper. You know, so 4 acres of Silver, little around 4 acres of Sylvan, little around 10 acres at Cooper. At the number that district often uses, about $12 million per acre. That's like $100 million of potential asset that kind of sits unused. I mean, I know we have a small preschool that we get some revenue from, but it's a lot of potential resource that isn't mobilized for kids. They're not in the right places though. And I also recognize that those are green spaces, and we have a community that values that. And when you look at Sylvan, there's not really any way to build a school on Sylvan without wiping out that park. And there's no really other park on that side of the freeway. So my mind is like, that is a perfect place to talk with the city about getting land, but perhaps not land for swapping land for school, perhaps swapping land for our transportation and food needs, because our transportation and food needs can be anywhere. They get, like, maybe there's this 3-way deal we can get into Moffett, right? Because a transportation facility doesn't have to be on land that is environmentally prepped. It doesn't even need to be in our city. right? So it's like, if there's some deals for the city's value of green space that we can offload Cooper and Sylvan, because as long as it's on our balance books, it's underutilized. But if we can trade that so that we can then get like a transportation yard somewhere else, somewhere, you know, and I think trading for the city for the MOT, for the transportation and food is perhaps more creative than us asking them for school sites, because school sites are so limited on what's available within our district. On the issue of I so much appreciate after you sent out the PDF on the student generation. I know it came after the board meeting, but I had a chance to take a look at that. And it was fascinating because on the report they ran numbers for how many students were generated for recent housing development, and for affordable, for subsidized housing, it was pretty much a 1-for-1 generation. So for like every one unit, they were pretty much a Mount View Westman family. But for the market rate housing, it was like 1 in 30. It was like for every 30 units, there was one Mount View Westman family. So I thought that was I thought it was really eye-opening. And so it makes us think that we need to really pay attention to what type of housing is the city developing in their plans, because the affordable housing, our historical record already shows that's a 1-for-1 generation. But for the market rate housing, the students aren't coming to our district. You know, it's only for, you know, so if you can look at the PDF, I'll say more on that. To just wrap up with the questions that were on the slides, question about the 450 sides. I agree with President Blakely that it's an arbitrary number. It was an arbitrary number presented to us. It wasn't a board generated. It was actually a superintendent that requested that to make that recommendation to the board. I agree with President Blakely that and also Trustee Conley that safe routes seems like a logical boundary. So like. I feel we have to be careful of the optics. I don't think anyone here is saying we don't want community schools. I think when we say, oh, we're okay to do away with neighborhood schools, I don't think that's not exactly what we're saying. I think we're saying we're willing to give some flexibility, that we're not going to bend the back, we're not going to break the back of the district in order to make sure every school is 450. And we're not going to, maybe we're not even going to promise that every neighborhood is exactly a neighborhood school, because maybe in an urban zone, what North Bayshore is, North Bayshore is going to be a totally different Mountain View. So like there are going to be smaller schools. And if anyone lives in an urban place like New York City, you're well accustomed to transporting for schools. So perhaps not every school will be a neighborhood school, but I think that people should know, none of us are talking about getting away Huff or Bub or things like that. But I think that being flexible at that 450, but keeping to safe routes, which I think the board members here who are part of who did all the work on redrawing the map, I think they did a really fine job in helping you keep safe routes. I think there was a lot of good work that the committees and the board did then, so I wouldn't want to throw that out. Middle schools, this one I disagree with President Blakely. I think larger middle schools would be the right way to go. In many parts of the country, large middle schools is the norm. We are small compared to schools in the Midwest, and larger middle schools do mean opportunities for the kids. It means career trainings, it means more electives. So there are advantages when you add students to middle schools by going up. We can move the transportation yards. Regarding the lease, I think that Wissman, just as Trustee Conley said, Wissman moving that makes sense. I understand there's been a lot of investments by that partnership, and that is not an easy conversation to have. But the school side is something that is where we need it for North Bayshore in the future. Regarding preschools, I have a different opinion because while private preschools is not our primary duty, as a community, having geographically spread preschools around the city is a benefit to Mountain View. So for us to shut down preschools in places and leave a scarcity of preschools across the community, I think doesn't benefit Mountain View as much. So I think that I see less benefit in that. And the idea of tearing down Vargas and like cleaning out Google and Vargas to build a school, just like to put some pin in my stomach, and I don't think it would be necessary. I think that addressed all the things that were on here.
Thank you. Who else would like to comment? Trustee Berman. And we'll take you next, Trustee Wheeler.
Yeah, I feel like there's so much that has been said that I agree with. So I'm going to just try to, be as precise as I can. So with the question about the 450 students, I also can see that being an artificial number. I think the most important thing for me that I want to look at is having an equitable goal 5, right? The equitable distribution of resources that support student success. So when I think about student success, I think about the student experience when they're on the campus. Do they have access to play space, to the fields, to the library? Does it take a reasonable amount of time for them to pick up their lunch and eat their lunch and go play? Or are they taking 20 minutes to pick up their lunch because there are so many students? I also think about the density of schools and the density of housing around them, how easy it is for parents to get in and out. So thinking about the community that is within that site. So I want us to think about the day-to-day experience of students and teachers and families, and thinking about the number that makes sense for that site. And when we think about building, taking into consideration the neighborhood and the kind of site that makes sense for that community as well. I am really concerned about when I look at the boundaries, it is really a great safety feature for our students that they don't have to cross those major thoroughfares. But it's really hard to think of, if we can figure out a way to keep those safe routes for our students, I think that would absolutely be ideal. I'm looking at the map that, I printed out this map that's on our website that has the boundaries in color, and it's really helpful to see. When we think about really ideally, if we could just have another school on the other side of the freeway, I think that would be amazing. And I don't know if that is just at this point out of the question. And I think, is it out of the question? I don't know. Like I am open to doing a land swap, to doing what we need to do to see if we can get more land on the other side where we can build a school. Because when I think about the impact all of 10,000 units is going to have in our community, it just seems reasonable to have another site there. I'm open to seeing with middle school. I don't know if we need a third middle school. I think we can sort of pro and con. I think there are, when you scale a school and there are more kids, there could be a lot more benefit to having that if we can make the space and make sure that we don't, the way we sort of shift our boundaries, make sure that that Crittenden isn't so deeply impacted. So think about how we can swap that or share the load of our students. With the question of preschool, I wonder too, with the expansion of TK, the universal TK, I think the goal of preschool is to prepare our students to come into elementary school. And I do wonder what's serving, the younger students at our school sites. If, maybe we'll see like a shift in serving the younger kids in our community. So I think that's it for now.
Thank you, Trustee Wheeler.
So I want to ask Trustee Conley, did you remember what you were going to say? And then I'll talk after you.
Sure. Thank you, Trustee Wheeler. I did remember. I forgot to answer the questions. I was so busy setting the context and got caught up in that, and then I forgot to answer the questions. So, around the elementary school capacity, I think we have to look at what are the administrative costs as well. Like there are some efficiencies that are built into school sites that we do need to take into consideration around, is there just a principal? Is there a principal and an AP? Do we have enough students to be able to put a SCEF there? Like it's not just arbitrary. There are reasons why I think that number was landed on. But maybe that's not the exact number that still works for us today. So when we talk about the elementary school sites, it needs to make sense in terms of neighborhood, like Trustee Berman said, but it also needs to make sense in terms of the overhead and administrative costs, the services that we're able to provide to students, that type of thing. Middle school capacity, when we talked about this a couple of years ago, I was fine with building up at the 2 middle schools. I think I'm curious to see it with the housing element update and the R3 rezoning. I don't know if we will have the capacity on top of the development we're already looking at to actually be able to meet all of those middle school students at just those 2 sites. Maybe we can by building up, but we might not be able to because there's so much change that's predicted. And I'm not interested in a 7-8 school. I agree with that point. And, I kind of already commented on Lisa's. I think we're just going to have to use the assets that we have as well as we can. My last thing that I wanted to add to was when we're talking about safe routes to schools, we also need to look at what are the city's plans around different trails and bicycle access. So there's a Permanente Creek Trail extension that's planned, for example, on Villa. It will cross Central, and that is going to be a dedicated bike and pedestrian access. It's not a road. Shoreline's going to get redone. We need to look at the plans for where people can actually bike safely too. And I very much agree with Trustee Chang that we're not saying we're going to rip apart the concept of neighborhood schools and nobody can ever go to their own school again. We're saying that we're going to have to be a little bit more flexible of how we organize around those spaces and make sure kids get there safely, but also how do we economically integrate our schools for the benefit of a lot of our students as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Conley.
So this has been fascinating to listen to everybody, and there's so much commonality, and it's nice to hear it. But I'm going to go through the 3 questions one by one. And I agree with most of what everybody says. So previous direction was to create elementary school populations of approximately 450 students. I agree that that's an artificial figure. I don't think we should aim for 450. I think I actually attended an EdSource forum today on declining enrollment around the state. And one of the superintendents in that forum was saying, the normal elementary school size in California is 600. And I wrote it down and going, what? So I'm fine with larger elementary schools. But I would like to mention one thing about this 450 number, which was, and I remember specifically about Mauna Loma at this time, we wanted to make sure that we would support schools if they were below 450. So we wanted to make sure and support Mauna Loma and support Torikoff. So let's see, I agree with walkability and community, the value in that. That's all I'm going to say here. Middle school, I agree with Trustee Chang, and I think some others of you, except for Trustee Blakely. I think larger middle schools are fine. I think multiple story middle schools are fine, especially when we're struggling for space. So, is this your first choice? Maybe not, but I think that's the way to go. I hate 7-8 schools, and, Trustee Blakely again was referencing that middle school task force from some number of years ago. And I'll also say that, until COVID, until Los Altos was, just taken over by conversations about Bullis, they were talking about trying to get rid of their 7-8 model and try to move to a 6-7-8 model. So it would seem like a backward step for us to go to 7-8 model. Okay, so there's that. Leases, I think, everybody's saying the same thing, and I've said some of this too, so I don't need to say more about it.
Thank you, everyone. Does that give you the direction you need, Dr. Rudolph?
It does. So what we'll do next is, I think, we've heard loud and clear, especially around the safe routes. I think that will bring some interesting conversation about how we look at boundaries. I know we did that initially the first time, which is how we came up with, Central, Rangsdorf, and El Camino. But I think there's, especially, in light of everything that's occurred, there are also some other considerations that we could have too, right? Which is, just to put it out there, something like the area that's actually over by Grant Road that's accessible to the trail actually could have been zoned to Crittenden. And because it provides the safest passage to a middle school compared to crossing Grant, right? And I don't think any of us took that into account, but I think it's definitely gives us some food for thought as we start to look at it. The idea here is that we will come back, we're going to explore all of these possibilities, and then we will come back with a little bit more concrete ideas. We still got a long way to go, but more concrete ideas about where we think we should go. We'll do some cost benefit analysis of, so what happens when you add more students and what are things that we have. I think there are definitely, I was a principal of a middle school that was pretty large. So there are some definite pluses, especially around the arts. And then there's some negatives, there's some drawbacks to it also, right? So, we'll try to bring back some of those opportunities that sort of exist. And then from there, try to paint a clearer picture about how we think we can address it. And we'll definitely take into account sort of the other future growth that's not really captured in here and how we can sort of target that. And I think the other thing that we're hearing loud and clear is that it really needs to be flexible, that every community doesn't have to be cookie cutter. I think we're beyond the days where you can always tell the Westman School versus the Mountain View School just by the way they're designed, right? So I think we can get out of that framework a little bit more, that we don't have to port a design over from site to site. But I think, the idea about being flexible, that one school may look a little bit different in this community, may look a little bit different in this community, and sort of address it. And then the last thing I would say is that, I know this board is concerned about equity, and sort of how do we create equitable access and how do we make sure the school programming is interesting for all kids. So we'll even come back with some possible suggestions for that. Again, nothing really concrete just yet, but just enough to say, here's what we're thinking, let's spot check. If yes, we'll continue down this road. If no, we need to make some other adjustments. We'll definitely come back and make some adjustments. And then we just keep going through an iterative process until we start coming closer to an idea that sort of drives us to where we need to be. So we have a couple years to do it. And it's going to take us a little bit. I'm not saying it's going to take years, but it definitely gets us in the right space. And then, the last thing I would say is the idea about land swaps, either with moving leases to different places or possibly swapping land. The Sylvan Park is a good example of that. Thinking, well, there's 4 acres that sits right there. We need 4 acres someplace else. So we'll explore those different opportunities too and sort of see where we can come. So all great ideas. I think we have enough at least to chew on for right now, and then we can go from there.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Trustee Wheeler.
Yeah, so before we leave this topic, and I'm glad you brought this up about interesting schools. So I talked to some people and they think about, I mull these things over for myself, and I'm hearing some of this from our school board, that a level of discomfort with so much talk about facilities planning and not very much talk about educational planning. So if you could, spend some more time during, some future board meetings talking about, what are some educational ideas that you're trying to put forward in our district, I think that would help.
Thank you, Trustee Wheeler. So briefly.
Just about the agenda, I'm a little bit concerned that we're not going to get to child nutrition, which we have to do. Is it possible to move that?
That was going to be my exact question. Do we have to go in this order, or could we do child nutrition and then get some highlights of the strategic plan? Because I'm feeling like we have not talked about the strategic plan nearly enough this year. I really want to do that, but we won't have time to give it adequate coverage.
Ultimately, it takes a motion to move.
Okay, so I move that we move the child nutrition overview next, and then we'll pick up maybe some highlights of the strategic plan as an introduction to a fuller conversation at a future meeting if there's time. Does that make sense? Okay.
Yes. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, on a motion made by me, seconded by Trustee Conley, we're going to move that up. And I just want to note that I need to save like about 5 minutes at the end to talk about the retreat and the format of the retreat. So is that you?
Dr. Westover, you're up.
Thank you. There she is.
Good evening, trustees. I will try to move very quickly through our presentation this evening.
I know Miss Austin has to get up at about 4 a.m. At about 10:30, we were texting. Debbie, are you still on, or? I think she, you know what, it looks like I think she just hopped off. She has a very early morning. All right, so this evening I'll be doing a quick update on child nutrition and a proposal for a potential meal price increase. Connecting it back to our strategic plan, we want to make sure that we have an equitable distribution of resources that support student success. And this one directly relates to Goal 5A, which is to ensure every child that needs food has the opportunity for a nutritionally balanced daily meal. Looking at our program overview, this is just to provide some history to the board. So this is our participation rates for the 2017-2018 year, which was our last full normal year. Oh, I see Debbie hopping in. So if there's questions for Debbie, she'll also be able to answer. Overall, the district lunch throughout the entire year, we had a 35.2% participation rate. If we fast forward to this year, these are participation rates for August through December. We're at 61.1% for district lunch service. So almost fully doubling how many lunches we serve. So prior to the pandemic, we participated in multiple different programs, which are listed here. I won't read them out. And also did catering, food trucks, and had different partnerships. Some changes since COVID. When schools moved to remote learning, we entered Summer Seamless, which is managed by the federal government. Historically, Summer Seamless was only offered during the summer months, but due to the pandemic, it was extended past the summer months. This really provided us more flexibility, which allowed us to serve students and to take their meals home. It also gave us flexibility in nutritional requirements due to supply chain issues, and we didn't need to track the names of children. So any child we were able to feed. And the Summer Seamless program has continued through this year. Our current status, California is one of 2 states that has decided to continue a feeding program, regardless of what the federal government decided to do. So as of today, the federal government has decided not to extend Summer Seamless. The other state that decided to continue a feeding program was actually Maine. So to give you an example of why this is such an important piece for California, to qualify for free meals, a family of 3 must earn less than $30,000 to qualify. And we know in our area, this number is very, very low. So because California has decided to continue their free meals for all students, this will not apply to our district. This summer, we'll only be able to provide foods at locations where 50% of children are eligible. So this would be Castro, and this is due to federal rules. Whereas last summer, we were able to provide it to more places. I also wanted to give a little background to the public and the board about what a meal looks like. So because we are part of these programs, we have to offer particular components of a meal. So under normal times, students get to pick 3 of 5 options, but because right now we have to serve all of our meals prepackaged, we serve all 5, which is why sometimes there is some waste because the students really didn't want the milk or the veggies. But because in order to receive reimbursement from the federal government and the state, we have to make sure that we serve all components of the meal. This is a look at what our current menu looks like. And then our individually packaged food due to COVID. I wanted to touch on a little bit what the reimbursement rates look like. So I'll go over 2 slides. One is the state and one is the federal revenue. So for free, for lunch, we get $4.56. Prior to COVID, we got $3.73 per meal. So you'll notice that under Summer Seamless, it doesn't matter if they're free, reduced, or paid. All of the meals are reimbursed at the same rate because we're providing meals to all students. Then looking at the state reimbursement rate. So during this COVID period of time, they even added a little extra to every meal that was reimbursed by the federal government. And this was because of the increase in costs that we've been seeing.
So there's a couple of different scenarios that can happen. The rates have not yet been released of what will be reimbursed. If we're reimbursed at the COVID reimbursement rate, which is the federal rate with the added monies from the state, we would be contributing at about $1.13 per meal. If it was the previous state reimbursement rate, which we don't think is going to happen, but based on our projections, we would be contributing $1.98 per meal. So this money would be coming out of the general fund that was not covered by the state or federal government. This is what it looks like overall with all the meals that we've been serving projected out. So this is looking at our pre-COVID rates. So if we continue to serve the same number of meals that we did during 21-22, projecting out our labor costs as well as food costs, we're looking at an encroachment to the general fund of approximately 1.8 million in the 23-24 school year. If we project out using the amount that was reimbursed with the COVID rates, we're looking at a projected cost of about 1.1 million. Also looking at costs over the years. So this is looking at from 2018-19 school year to the 21-22 school year of the encroachment on our general fund. Then looking at a longer historical look. And then looking at our labor versus food costs. Currently, our labor cost is 68% of revenue, and our current food and supply cost is 53% of our revenue. In general, FCMAC, which is the Financial Crisis and Management Assistance Team, says that each one of these components should be 40 to 45% of revenue. What is interesting, though, is at a CBO meeting today, most districts in our surrounding area are projecting things that are very similar to what we're seeing, due to the cost of labor in our area and the increasing cost of food. So we are not an outlier in this area. We also can look at meals per labor hour. So FCMAC suggests 30 meals per labor hour if we're serving pre-made food. Right now, we are at 25.56 meals per labor hour, and we serve a mix of from scratch and prepackaged food. To address this and to get our meals per labor hour up, we can increase the number of meals served at sites, and then consider taking on outside meal service with other districts. Right now, there are many, many districts looking for help with their meal service program. Then looking at our meal prices. So during our last audit in 2020, the auditor stated that we needed to increase our paid meal cost to be at least the reimbursable rate. Basically, this is because free and reduced meals should not supplement our paid meals. This is what our current meal pricing is at. And just as a reminder, students have not paid for lunch in 2 years. And looking at the current cost per meal, so we went back to 1920 and looked at the average cost of a meal before COVID, and then kind of through the different years of kind of where we were at for projected cost for each of our meals. So in order for us to continue to receive reimbursement from the National School Lunch Program, we need to raise the cost of our paid meals. So this is an option to consider of where we should land for our paid meals. And again, this would not impact our students next year or the year after, because the state has indicated that they would like to continue the free lunch programs and paid meals, free meals for all students. The reduced and free are obviously free. The reduced cost is set by the federal government, so this is staying the same. Some of our current constraints for child nutrition. For staffing, similar to all service fields, our child nutrition program is struggling with finding reliable staffing. We have huge supply chain disruptions. For example, when Miss Debbie puts in an order for 50 cases of chicken nuggets, she will receive sometimes 1 case. We're also seeing an increased cost for materials. Paper trays went from $51 to $107 per unit, and vendors are now starting to charge fuel costs. And sometimes we really just can't even get the products that we want to order. Something that Miss Debbie brought up during our last meeting was the boats that we normally serve our food in are becoming very difficult to get. So some districts have switched to using a paper plate and then putting a towel over the top, and then so the students can put their milk on top of the food. So I think something to also keep in mind is when we think of the scale of our child nutrition program, we're buying hundreds and hundreds of for example, forks. This is not something that we can go out to our local store or our local Costco to try to purchase because we're purchasing in such mass volumes. Food costs have also increased. We've seen a 7.4% increase from January 2021 to January 2022. Globally, food prices have risen at the fastest pace in 41 years, at 20.7% increase across the globe. Local produce has also risen over 18%, and fresh fruits and vegetables have doubled in price. Our current menu offerings at the middle school, stations are set up around campus, and due to how meals are packaged, we must give all 5 components of the meal for it to be reimbursable. Moving back to our typical MUR distribution, positives, we can offer more choice for students and there's less food waste. However, we'll also face some challenges. We anticipate longer lines due to at least 2 times more students needing to queue and find lunch cards. Children will need more help getting lunch cards. We need to find a way to serve approximately 50% more students within 15 minutes in comparison to pre-pandemic times. So some recommendations and next steps. In alignment with district COVID protocols, we recommend a return to indoor food service when we return to indoor dining, which will include more choice for students. This could be done as early as April 4th based on board direction, which you had just talked about in a previous presentation. And choice will include an entree choice and 3 of the 5 components. We also recommend to increase the paid price of lunch to $5.50 for students, $6.50 for adults, and increase the paid price of breakfast to $3.50 for students and $4 for adults. And these changes would go into effect next year, but as a reminder, students won't be paying these prices because the state is continuing meals for students. And then I'll open it up for questions.
Thank you, Dr. Westover. Does anybody have any clarifying questions from Dr. Westover or Ms. Austin? Trustee Chang.
Thank you for that presentation. And there was in the Q&As that was the board question and answers that are found online. One of the questions on there was asking about the percentage of food that's made on site, like a site made versus packaged. And I fully recognize, I think every district in the COVID has had to make a lot of adjustments. And I think the Q&A said it's 20% now. And before the pandemic, it was at 40% of food was made on site. Is 40% is that the high, or if we go back into more recent years in the past, I'm trying to figure out what the benchmark is. Like, was there just in the recent past much higher than 40% of food was made on site, or is that the highest?
I'll let Debbie chime in as well, but I know one of our constraints has actually been that our kitchen is small. So the amount of food that's being pumped out of the kitchen at Crittenden is it's amazing. When she does her cooking, she has to use a kettle. So when they serve rice to students, for example, they have somebody cooking rice for 3 days straight to make enough rice to serve the number of students that we are now serving. So currently there are constraints around her facilities and what she's able to do, not so much with maybe what the child nutrition department would like to do, but more about what they're constrained with in the physical space.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to open it up to members of the public. If there's anyone that wishes to comment on this item, please raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 if you are on the phone. I'm not seeing any. So trustees, comments, feedback? Trustee Chang.
Thank you. I've always been really proud that our district historically, whenever the district's food staff said that there's a way they can provide more meals and higher quality meals, we've always made the investment. I think Ellen or Trustee Wheeler, you remember when we hired 2014, I was trying to look up the date. when the district hired the first food director, Juan Cordon. And when he came to our district, he presented in the room about how his goal was to try to get as much food made on site as possible, right? And some of us back then, remember like, that was like, kids were dying for those fresh made blueberry muffins and pancakes in the morning. I don't remember that. I was really proud of at that time, there were less meals served. We were serving less kids meals, but the quality of the food was something we could be really proud about at Mountain View. And if in order to meet this more exciting and ambitious vision of serving more meals, means that we need to change our food process, because Measure G invested in a lot of kind of decentralized kitchens. And if this now means we need to centralize, I hope that we would spend the extra money to keep that same quality threshold that we had in the past. So if it means that we need a centralized kitchen in order to up our made food from scratch so that we can continue to have that reputation, then I say, let's do it. Let's because if we're now serving a much higher operation, then let's go ahead and do that. Because I would say that I see that we've been hearing some concerns that parents have been saying about food quality. I think that's primarily COVID because of the way we have to do it. So I think we need just to return to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Chang. And I do believe it's COVID. I mean, Debbie Austin has run a stellar food program. It's been recognized all over the county. I've heard her, I turn on NPR one morning and they're interviewing Debbie and getting food into the hands of people who need it, and creative solutions with the summer feeding with grandparents and partnering with Second Harvest. And I've always heard that the quality was just phenomenal. And I have no doubt but that when we go a little bit more back to normal, that will return. And I agree with you about centralized kitchens or whatever that is needed. It sounds like that's part of what Dr. Rudolph is looking at. So I personally, just in terms of comments, $5.50 sounds like a lot for lunch for a student. But I also appreciate the fact that the state is contributing so that we won't actually have to charge this, at least for the next 2 years. I love the idea of free meals. It just takes away the stigma. It takes away stress from families because they don't have to worry if they've sent their kid with a lunch, and kids don't, everybody gets the free lunch. And I think it also helps kids broaden their appetite. I had kids that wouldn't eat vegetables for years and now they're vegan. But I think if their buddies were eating the veggies and the lovely salads that we've made, and I know we'll be making again, they might have started eating them a lot sooner. So other comments? Or do I have a motion? Trustee Conley?
Yeah, I was going to make a motion, and then, if people have further comments after the motion is made, we could do that before a vote. But I make a motion to adopt the increase of the pay price of lunch to $5.50 for students and $6.50 for adults, and increase the cost of breakfast to $3.50 for students and $4 for adults. The changes will go into effect next school year.
Thank you. All in favor, please say aye or raise your hand.
Aye.
Great. So on a motion made by Trustee Conley and seconded by Trustee Chang, the recommended action was approved unanimously. I'm sorry, I'm speeding everybody up. Were there any further last thoughts about this? Okay, thank you, Dr. Westover, and thank you, Ms. Austin, for a fabulous job in staying up so late with us. Go to bed. Okay, so the next item was the strategic plan update. And while we were looking at this, I went and looked at the matrix for future meetings. And I see that we have for April 7th, our next regular meeting, the broadband update, the CBRS update. I actually didn't see anything else on the actions or updates. So is that the case, or is it things just haven't been added? And if so, maybe we should. I'd love to hear about the strategic plan. I'm dying to hear about it, but maybe we should defer it till that meeting. Dr. Rudolph, will we be able to have a comfortable, ample amount of time to go over it on April 7th?
Yeah, I think the push was to try and get it before the retreat.
Right.
And so that's why we squeezed it in. And then, the second thing was we didn't expect or anticipate to start later because of the biking form that happened. But yeah, we could move it to the 7th with no problem. It's not much else. I looked at the matrix also and didn't see much else on there. And what I actually would have suggested that we move future growth before y'all went through that. So,
Trustee Chang.
Regarding the retreat, since we all read this for possibly this being presented now, maybe we still during the retreat can still refer to it and still kind of use the investments that we've studied this and formally here on April 7th.
If that works for people, that's fine. And so I guess we need a motion to defer that, right? Or do we need a motion to defer it? I'm not sure what the Roberts rules are.
No, I move that we defer the strategic plan update for a future meeting, the date of
April 7th.
April 7th.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, and a motion made by Trustee Wheeler and seconded by Trustee Conley. The board unanimously approved deferring the strategic plan update to our April 7th meeting, and we will not defer it beyond that. Okay, so the next item then is board updates. Anybody have anything burning? Okay. Then items for future agendas. Those are listed. Oh, I'm sorry, items for future agendas. I'm getting ahead of myself. Dr. Rudolph, were there any?
yeah, so there was a request for the board to discuss pedestrian and bike safety.
Do we know when the police will have a report back of the formal findings?
I think so. And listening to what they said today, I think they said 2 weeks. So I'm thinking it's probably will be after our spring break. So maybe in May. But I can also ping Chief Chris and sort of see if he has like any other information, and we can definitely talk with the SROs also.
President Blake, are you foreseeing that once the formal report's ready, would that be something that would naturally already be on the agenda?
I'm not sure. We've sort of gotten derailed a little bit this year with some of the education topics and some of the other things. So it's possible. That might also be a kind of joint study session kind of idea or something if necessary. I don't know. It definitely seems to involve the city. There's things that we could look at, but I think it's a community effort. I don't know what your thoughts are, Dr. Rudolph.
I mean, I guess I would just say I think it's if you all view it as a topic, then I think we'll try to figure out a way to present it. I think the probably part of the challenge is just it's one thing about the incident, it's another thing to understand what the safe bike passages are. I do think that both of us play a role in tandem about how to address it. And I think there's things that we definitely can do and lessons that we can learn even from surrounding communities. So I think all that's pretty viable. And there's things we can do now and things that could occur later on. So it just depends on what we're looking for. But if you maybe the right approach is to let me talk with Chief Chris, find out what the findings are, touch base with each one of you, and then probably May, if not June, we can at least have a conversation about what we think is sort of feasible. And push come to shove, worst case scenario, you could kick off the beginning of the year in August before kids, because our first meeting is always like right when school starts. And so that could also be another opportunity to talk about, and probably would give us a little bit more leeway if we want to make changes or do some other things to say, and here's what we're doing based off of everything we found. So I think that may be doable, but I also don't want to suggest that we're wasting an opportunity while everybody is focused on it and that we don't address it. So if you all are fine with, let me reach out to Chief Chris, let me talk with the SROs, sort of get an understanding of what they're going to find and what they come up with, and then make a determination about what is sort of appropriate. I can go from there, but I can guarantee you no matter what, we're going to address the issue. But I think understanding how big the issue is and sort of how much work we need to do with the city is probably a little bit, probably probably look more pragmatic than, us trying to go it on our own.
I like that pragmatic approach. And obviously, it's a very important topic, but I think if we force it, shortly, we might only get halfway there. That's my thought. Trustee Wheeler?
Yeah, I really like the idea of starting off this school year with a really cohesive, well thought out plan, that we've got a lot of input on. And I think parents would understand that too. And I also think, if you can put out the message, maybe in your superintendent updates or check-ins or something that, this is the approach we're taking, and that we'll have a presentation for the beginning of school. I like that.
Trustee Conley?
So I'd actually like to suggest, I like the idea of having a presentation at the beginning of the school year about bicycle safety, and maybe MVPD could be involved as well. But I'd like to suggest an opportunity for the public to engage with the board around bicycle and pedestrian safety before then. And I'm wondering if that format might be a different format. Maybe it would be a town hall format where we could come together as a community. I know that all of the trustees today attended the online webinar that the city did around Vision Zero. I'm wondering if school district town hall about safe routes to school might be an important, I don't know if healing is the right word, but it might be just an important place to share our grief together, and also to talk about some of the solutions that we might want to propose to the city and as a school community.
Trustee Chang?
I fully support President Connolly and Trustee Connolly, and I think that kind of town hall could get some good ideas for the work for over the summer. So.
Okay, well, let's think about that. I'm just worried about timing. I mean, we need to do it. It is very important. I don't mean to undermine that. It's just that after this next meeting, we ramp into budget in May and reviews, and the May calendar often gets very crowded. Then June, things could back off, but then parents are gone. So let's keep talking about it and figure out what makes the right time. But I do agree that parents are going to want to. I mean, and they're going to have some great ideas. And I think there's a lot that can probably be done at the school level, but it would be nice if we could provide some overarching kinds of ideas of implementation, perhaps with some of these city resources and other groups providing input. Okay, thank you. So then we've got the future board meeting dates, which are on the agenda. And I did want to talk a little bit about the retreat that we have scheduled for April 2nd. One of the larger themes, I think we may get to the strategic plan to some degree there, but I really wanted to work on team building. And so I hope you've all had a chance to answer the survey that our consultant had provided. If you haven't, please get that in. And was just thinking about, to make it productive. Well, first of all, we have a history of not recording the board retreats. I also, Trustee Conley, you were right. Well, I dug around quickly online, and the Brown Act, what's the right word? Lessening, whatever, it does expire on April 1st. This meeting is on April 2nd. I was also thinking that it would be very helpful if everybody was willing to meet live in person like we're doing, but also to not have it be broadcast, because it's really about team building. And I think that's more for us. The benefit is for us to get us working together as a team. And so obviously the meeting would need to be open to the public. And so what I would propose, Dr. Rudolph had some ideas about maybe having the public on the far side, if there were anybody that did want to come. Historically, not a lot of people have come to retreats where we focus on more kind of internal stuff. That's the public's prerogative, obviously. But I wanted to toss this idea out. I didn't realize about the April 1st deadline until you brought it up, or April 1st expiration of the governor's lessening of the Brown Act. So what are people's thoughts about doing it that way? Having it live in person and having it open to the public, and they would have to be masked. That was another thing that we talked about. Trustee Chang.
Should that kind of mark the opening precedent that future board meetings, perhaps, like, should we follow that for future meetings, allowing members of the public to come and attend?
Well, I
we do for once. I wonder, like, should we set the room up and use that as the going practice for the future?
Well, a couple of thoughts there. I think unless Governor Newsom extends it's not moratorium, but whatever those. Thank you. The emergency powers. We would have to. I don't think we'd have the ability to only have a remote meeting. That's my understanding. That could change, but as far as setting the room up, yes, but I don't think that's probably the forum that we would want for this particular meeting. It would probably be more, tables like we sit, in a circle or something like that. And it's a less formal meeting. We're not sitting here, at the dais.
Would it be possible to have that live meeting in like an MUR?
It would be possible to have it in
MUR?
MUR. We've done it before, or in one of the those towers. I leave the mechanics of that to Dr. Rudolph. I mean, if it's easier to do it here, but
The technology center at the middle school, is that what you're
Technology
talking about, Ellen? Trustee Wheeler? Yeah, that was a great space.
yeah. But I think if we moved tables around in here, we could do something as well. I don't want to cause too much trouble for district staff, but the rules and the statutes say it needs to be held somewhere within the district. And then that would need to be published, of course, with the agenda and, 72 hours and all of that with the location. So do you have thoughts about that?
I think we've only had one retreat in my 7 years that's really been packed, and that was the one where the German school came to address us. And I think it was about the lease. I think it was about a lease, or there was something that they wanted to do. This space is actually, we can open up the other door, bring in a couple more HEPA filters, and then obviously we have the filtration system going in here. So I think we can make this space work and still accommodate public. And then even depending on what the weather is, there's enough doors that we can keep open too. So I would suggest we keep this here just because we have access to a lot of different things. And then in terms of the other thing I would just say is that what his requirement, this goes, I think, to one of the comments, the governor's requirement means that you can no longer do only telephonic meetings. It doesn't mean that you can't continue in a similar format like this. You just have to allow the public to come in, right? So I know several people have talked about, like, this has allowed the public to have greater access. So you could continue to have Zoom. You just would have Zoom plus community members in here. And obviously, we've been thinking about this for quite some time. And so we've set this place up to allow us to do both, so that, you can see someone who's in Zoom and hear them within the room, and then vice versa. So, it was an intentional design. So I just want to be clear, that's what that's like. But we can fit probably about 50 or 60 people over on the backside, and we can make this work.
Trustee Chang and then Trustee Wheeler.
Just briefly, I hope that we do continue Zoom as an ongoing service even into next year and on. And not only is it useful for the community, I personally think it's probably useful for the staff members that they've been able to do the presentations from home versus we used to remember how long people used to have to wait here in the late nights.
Yeah, so what I wanted to say, we're talking about two different things. We're talking about resuming board meetings and we're talking about this retreat. So for the retreat, I would like to have it, wherever we're going to have it, I'd like to have it being like in a circular, so it's a conversational way for those of us who are participating. I think you're right. Needs to be open to members of the public, but it doesn't need to be recorded. So, and that's what I would prefer also.
And I don't want to have it on Zoom either, this particular one. Trustee Berman.
Yep, I agree with Trustee Wheeler. Exactly.
Okay. We can continue to evaluate the future meetings, what we'll do, but for the retreat on April 2nd, we'll meet here. Dr. Rudolph will let us know where. And we'll need to put on the agenda, I guess, the notices that go out that it won't be broadcast by Zoom or recorded, but the standard stuff that's still on here that we're not using anymore about people can come. And I believe we said 9 to 2. Is that correct, Dr. Rudolph?
That's what we have section. So we can touch base with Ms. Levy again to see how long she wants, and then we'll make sure that we provide breakfast and lunch.
We'd also talked about maybe doing something social afterwards, but that is as of yet to be determined.
Nice to build in something, walk or something for something that can build some movement. It's long sitting.
Okay, well, thank you, everybody. I look at the last page of my agenda if I'm forgetting anything. No. So at 11:21, I can't even see that anymore. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone, for attending and participating.